Good morning. I'm still out here on the West Coast, but it does look like rollback preparations are wrapping up's not the right word, but they're getting close to being ready to pick up the mobile launcher with the crawler transporter and begin. You can see down here one of the water trucks is getting ready at some point when they're ready to roll. So we're still a couple steps away, but I thought because of the sort of anticipated way that the day is going to go, where it's relatively open ended, since we don't know when they're going to start, and the morning is, I have a lot of short or medium sized breaks to take. We'll have to figure out exactly how to cover this. I'm not sure whether I'm going to start a second stream now or not. Not right now, but in an hour. Sort of depends on Teddy's mood this morning for the walk. He is now the bandage is off. He had an issue with one of his back toenails, and so now he can walk again, and he takes longer walks. We'll see. Sometimes he doesn't like to do that, but I think what I'll do here is we'll do questions and we'll do whatever we can here. But what I'm going to do at the top, and then I need to try and remember to do this multiple times, is to just kind of go through where things stand right now. So, and then one other thing just to point out here, and it's you have to sort of squint, but if you look at the front corners of the mobile launcher deck here, you can see the pedestals, and again, depending on how good your eyes are, maybe with a higher definition monitor than I have, you might be able to see some daylight. Oh, that's not what I wanted to do. It doesn't look between the mobile launcher deck and the pedestals, and that would obviously be an indication that they're beginning to use the jacking, equalization, and leveling of the crawler transport. They're basically starting to pick it up. It won't have to come up too far off the pedestals, but it doesn't look like much here when they start to roll. But we should be able to see that, and we should also obviously be able to see the water trucks start to spray down the pad surface, and then really the crawler way rocks. And so they obviously didn't have an issue, or I thought I saw a vehicle kind of driving up and down the crawler way up the slope a couple of days ago, just trying to make sure that it's level. So they did check that. So I can't. There are a lot of I wish some of you guys could come along on the walk with me with Teddy, because somebody's got to pick up the nuggets that he leaves on the ground, and somebody's got to keep an eye out for other dogs in the neighborhood, because he thinks the little dogs think they're a lot bigger than they are, and then the big dogs think they're a lot smaller than they are, and there are often disagreements. But we'll have to figure out how to do that some other day. But let me go through. Let's just quickly go through, and then I'll go through this. Hopefully, be reminded to go through this again, because it's going to take a while for this to complete. And I think the other thing for this channel, as opposed to like NSF NASA spaceflight, is I'm totally reliant on the feeds, and the NASA feeds tend to get washed out. I guess the opposite of that. So what we've seen the last couple of days is that when it gets dark, you don't see anything anymore. It's like even before sunset. So anyway, that's a long ways away. But kind of here we are. They're almost ready to roll back. I guess we'll find out maybe next week what broke on the interim cryogenic propulsion stage, but they've got to fix that. They did talk in the a single sentence or two sentence talk about what the other things, a couple of other things they're going to do in the vehicle assembly building besides just fix that whatever it is. fix it, repair and replace whatever needs to be done. And then there's a couple of other. The big question is obviously, can they make early April? I know a lot of people talk about the April 30th date, but we really can't see the entire that launch period, which is launch period 20. So right now we're just focused on launch period 19, at least until we get a better idea about what's going on. And so again, this is speculative, but this is kind of what I'm looking at for looking ahead. Again, since they're not giving us a tremendous amount of detail, but we're up here in the last week of February, and they're probably going to need. Again, I'm making the assumption they're still going to need the better part of 2 weeks at the pad when they get back to get ready for launch count, and that's only kind of there are some trades back and forth between, well, we don't have to reservice a solid rocket booster hydrazine, but we also probably are going to need to do even at least a partial tanking test. I think I'll be surprised if they don't address that somehow, just because of the risk that they would be taking, since they don't have a root cause for the liquid hydrogen tail service mast umbilical. There isn't something that they can just do that they know is going to work, but they have what appears to be a good workaround, which is to demate the umbilicals when they get back to the pad, demate the umbilical, and basically reservice that. So maybe whether they replace the quick disconnects or not, again, that's, I think, unfortunately, it would be fun to go into the weeds on that to understand, considering how much they've wrestled with this problem for the first half of the decade. It makes it more intriguing as to what the problem is and how they fix it, et cetera, et cetera. But anyway, so if the launch, again, I'm skipping the cutouts and trying to take a peek over it. I've got the live view over on another monitor, but this is approximately where launch period 19 is. So I think April 2nd is actually not available, but they have to be ready by by the beginning of April, which means they're going to need the better part of, they're going to need the last, week and a half at least, or more of March to be ready on the pad, and having redone all the things that they just undid. And so that means, and again, with the 2835 limits, so to speak, on the flight termination system, they could in theory do the flight termination system reset next week, but that's not necessarily when they're going to do it. It's just that in a way it gives them perhaps gives them more flexibility about when they're going to do it. I wouldn't be surprised if they defer that like they did, and they set it up the same way they set up in January to do that. But I mean, really, they only have. I don't know that they can. I mean, the 18th would be 2 weeks from April 1st. I would, if I had to guess, they're going to be, if they're still in the VAB by the 18th, then they're going to have trouble with the beginning of the window. So I think they've got maybe 3 weeks, maybe a little bit less than that to get all, and who knows how much work they're going to get done. So you would think that's going to limit the scope of the work that they either can do or want to do if they're going to try and maintain early April launch period 19 again. So it does not look like, I'm going to see if I can switch over here without stopping the stream again. It still doesn't look like they have begun to lift the mobile launcher up off the pedestals yet. So let's go back to, so that's kind of looking ahead. Let's see. So in terms of what they've completed, so I mean, again, with the exception of, I don't know if they've completely disconnected the vehicle from the pad yet, but that sounded like it was in progress. They And so what they have, as we were just going through, they've got to get back in the VAB. They've got to do the servicing and maintenance things. And they talked about three things. They talked about fixing whatever broke on ICPS, replacing flight batteries and perhaps some other things on ICPS, and then doing this flight termination system reset, what I'm calling it. Basically, going in and replacing components, flight batteries for flight termination system, and then repeating the end-to-end test and basically, again, resetting the system to give you your 28 days or 35 days. It's one of those 28 days until you make your first launch attempt, and 35 days to use the system for as many attempts as you want to make. Then you roll back out to the pad again, and you go through the second pad flow. And that's, again, I think where more of the questions are at this point now, is what you're going to do when you get back to the pad, and these things that we talked about before. And then where does that leave, again, where does that leave you relative to a launch count? It was a little bit muddy. They did that LH2 integrity test, and they had the issue coming out of that, which they that cost them a few days. And so that might not work out real well if that happens again when they get back out to the pad, at least in terms of launch period 19, so the early April thing. And so let's see. So in terms of what's next, let me see if I can bring the blog post up. It's short, unless they've posted a new one. I don't think so. Nope. So first motion. Oh, I have to do this. I keep forgetting. All right, now I can do it. But this is the most interesting sentence to me is the last one. So it's, teams will take advantage of the time to replace the batteries in the flight termination system and retest it. I think, again, people I don't understand why people have trouble with the whole idea of a shelf life for a system, because it's not. There's the retest itself is probably just as critical as replacing the batteries, and actually has a shorter shelf life than the batteries themselves. So, but those are the two things they talked about. We'll see, but that obviously means they're absolutely going to extend Platform F, which gives them access to the forward skirts of the solid rocket boosters and the core stage intertank, and so they won't necessarily be using the contingency pad access equipment at the pad. Obviously, they'd prefer to launch in early April. And so I guess there's the question of, do you reconfigure the tail service mast umbilical at all in the VAB, or do you just leave it the way it was? I think somebody was asking about that yesterday, and so I think it's an interesting question of, in terms of loads, in terms of maybe damaging the interface, or it might be better to just leave it the way it is until you get back out to the pad, because they've done all the analysis on the loads for the rollout. It's possible that the rollout loads are not excessive for sealing the quick disconnects, but just in terms of protecting the interface and not getting into any additional issues, it might make sense to just leave it the way it is until you get all the way back out to the pad and then address it then. So, and then obviously when we get back out to the pad, and I shouldn't say we, the Royal We, US, whatever, exploration ground systems, they'll basically have to reposition everything that they did before, hook the mobile launcher back up to the pad, reconnect the slide wires and the baskets for the emergency egress system, redeploy the side flame deflectors and extensible columns underneath the mobile launcher platform, lower the engine and booster service platforms out of the flame hole. Those will ride back and forth to the VAB with the mobile launcher, but then those have to be lowered down to the pad surface and then rolled out onto the crawlerway into launch position. And then we get into the questions, the big questions that we don't know about. And then I threw countdown demonstration test part 2 in there just because we have not, again, I almost wonder if maybe they ought to do that early for good luck, since they, as far as we know, they never did get around to doing that. Maybe they should do that to bless to bless the vehicle on the pad. But that's kind of where things are. And then these were the questions that I had in the previous live stream. I think the only one that's been addressed for sure is whoops, I'm on the wrong screen. Well, anyway, I'll go back and I can go back a sec. I don't have to go through all these. I guess let me just stay here. So these are the questions. I think, again, this one I think has essentially been settled, so to speak. So they're going to reset the flight termination system at the pad. I should probably take a look at the live stream again. But we still don't know what they're going to do with about how they're going to address the risk of another hydrogen leak because they're rolling back and then rolling back out. And then where they were actually kind of vague about when they were going to do the flight readiness review, because that still has to happen before they pick a particular launch date. There was, if you recall, when they rolled out in January, there's a little bit of a compressed time frame, and I think there's going to be a similar thing. So that's going to be we're back in this situation with a fairly compressed time frame at the end of March to get all of the things they want to get done, unless they're able to very quickly turn the vehicle around. I think that's I don't know that. I'm not sure what the record is, so to speak, but they would need to turn around faster than that. If they could roll back out to the pad, instead of the Ides of March, that they could somehow get back out there before the Ides of March, I guess, March 15th. Perhaps that will give them, it would give them some more time, but they're going to be, it is going to be a challenge. And so for them to be ready by April 1st. And then I also had some interesting, let's see if I can bring it up. I just thought this was interesting. And of course, these are things that we're not necessarily going to get, I don't know when we're going to get answers to them. But again, there's a couple of interesting things after seeing the Artemis III. This is the Artemis III Orion service module. And we saw a set of pictures that were taken 2 weeks ago that showed this unit, just the service module itself. And now we see that they're setting up in a different station than the lift station to stack it, so to speak, on top of the spacecraft adapter cone, which is what's below it. But then we also saw a couple of pictures. This picture of the Artemis IV Orion service module. And one of the things that sort of sticks out is I'm spacing on the names of the crew module adapter. There's an inner ring that has the same circumference, or approximately the same circumference, as the European service module. It's hard to, let me see if you can see it in the other picture. A little bit. You can sort of see the inner ring here, but then the what's interesting to me is that it appears that they have moved from, and let's see if I can do this, the walls, the lower, the aft walls, and the forward walls here appear to be composite structures. And then when we look at the Artemis IV vehicle, those appear to be metal machine structures. And so that that would be an obvious question if you look at these pictures a little bit. You can see, and they've been moving some of the structures with Orion from composite to back to alloyed structures, metallic structures. And so again, is there a weight issue? What drove them to do that? Structural issue. I mean, again, it might not necessarily be a problem as much as either an upgrade, or it just made for more favorable other situations. But I just thought that was interesting, and so let's go back and let me go back and take another peek at this, because I'll probably run out of time here. So I have until approximately 30 minutes after the hour, and then again I'll just have to see how things go. I think probably what I will do is once there's going to be some extended break to take out the dog Teddy for his morning constitutional, so to speak, and then I'll come back, and I think then we'll see how things go in terms of I don't want to leave you guys hanging for just for an hour. It probably at that point would probably make more sense to just I have a second stream sort of standing by. We can do that, or if it's only going to be 20 minutes, then I can you guys can just kind of switch off and switch back. But obviously up to you. So let me see let's see. So let me stop and see if there are any questions here. I'm sure there are. Okay, I saw the question about the WDR, and just going back to see the question about the launch period. So launch period 20, you can see that one launch window. Again, I don't know why they can give us the first date of launch period 20, which is the April 30th date with the window, but they can't give us any of the other ones. But that would be launch period 20, and then launch period 21. I think launch period 20 is even, I had some information about launch period 20, but I think that's where it ends. And so now, of course, we're reliant on this sort of, again, I can euphemistically call it bashful, or I could, they just are not, they're much less willing to provide what they consider to be preliminary information, even though people are comfortable. Again, I just think of it as like weather forecasts. So it's still valuable to have a 10-day weather forecast, even if it's not going to be perfect, just to give you a general idea of what's coming, et cetera, et cetera. So blah blah blah. Yes, one of my several pet peeves here. So, but I mean, you can probably, what we're seeing as the launch periods move along is we're seeing them go from, so launch period, the early February window was sort of started around the 6th. I mean, the periods themselves are around 2 weeks long, and then they're constrained by the heat shield. There's a heat shield. There's a flight specific Artemis II only heat shield constraint because of that situation, which takes us a 2 week long launch period, and then it reduces the number of opportunities down to somewhere between 4 to 6 to 8, depending on which one you're talking about. But then the one after launch period 20, so that one's probably going to run end of April into early May, and then probably the next one's going to be late May-ish, but I don't know exactly where those windows will line up. because of the extra constraints, the actual launch opportunities seem to be repeating on more of a monthly basis. So, but you can see, like, again, we're starting they're starting to drift because the lunar month is shorter than the calendar months. You see that you start to see one set of opportunities at the beginning of April, and then another at the starts at the end of April into early May. So probably would expect to see the one after that, those opportunities probably somewhere around, or somewhere in the neighborhood of Memorial Day here in the United States, somewhere in the neighborhood of that. Again, I think I'm sure. If you recall, I don't know how many of you folks watched the news conferences, but yes, there was some complaining by other evil media people like me, and I'm totally in agreement with them about why can you not release preliminary numbers again? Given under the circumstances, it starts to make more sense, and it's harder to argue that we don't need to at least have an idea about periods out towards the end of the spring. And so that was before we found out about the ICPS issue and that they were going to roll back. That was when they were still thinking about March 6th. It's like, why can't you give us an extended availability calendar? I think it's more an issue they don't want to, but regardless, after the rollback, I'm sure that they got a lot more requests for an extended availability calendar. So we will see. But they have, because those opportunities are based on celestial mechanics, where the Earth, Moon, and Sun are, and because this is a lunar mission, they will have opportunities. It's just when they never quite got the rocket and the spacecraft to a launch countdown, and so those opportunities repeat. They have to line up the rocket's readiness with the Earth, Sun, and Moon's readiness, and so now the earliest that's going to be is early April. But at this point, it's really more a question of when's the rocket and the spacecraft going to be ready. The launch, and I haven't gone back and because it's a little bit harder. I could probably go back and narrow down why they're numbered. They started doing mission planning analysis for this, so we're still actually short of launch period. Well, that's not true, but we're in the neighborhood of launch period 18, and so that's the 18th launch period, and if you have to work back, and it's not exactly on a monthly basis or on exactly a 2 weeks on, 2 weeks off basis, but it goes back, I think, probably to the first launch period, whatever it was probably in the neighborhood of the end of 2024, beginning of 2025. And again, if you remember the history or look at the history of the launch dates for Artemis II, big picture launch dates. Right after Artemis I, they were hoping to launch at the end of 2024, and they probably started doing analysis on those. So that would have been end of 2022. They made it all the way through a year till the beginning of 2024 before they delayed it. So that's why they're numbered the way they are. It's just basically there was a first launch period that they begin doing maybe formal analysis or a broader, deeper analysis cycles of the launch dates and all of the protocols that they do here. And so they started that back somewhere in the end of 2024, early 2025. And so they would have been doing it ahead of that, but they were looking at those specific dates, and they're obviously continuing to do that. They don't like to talk about it, but they're also analyzing. They're probably analyzing out farther than June, July, on a preliminary basis. So, and in the past, back when for Artemis I, they weren't quite as stingy. They released calendars with look aheads of as much as, if I recall correctly, like more than 6 months. So, and those would have had to have been preliminary numbers too. So it's possible that the heat shield constraint makes things more fluid. But again, still, I don't know why you can't just emphasize that these are preliminary numbers. People are going to run with information however they want. So we're all still stuck with having to pick good sources. So. And so, yeah, so the question, so then those are the two I see the questions about, okay, well, let's see, will they require another wet dress rehearsal? That's an open question. So I don't think we have an answer again, unless unless a blog has come out in the last few minutes saying that, which I doubt. And then will they fix, and really it would be, it's one then the other. So are they going to resurface the liquid hydrogen tail surface mast umbilical plates? Where are they going to do that? And then will they do another tanking test out at the pad? Whether that's, again, there are different types of tanking tests. You could do a partial core stage liquid hydrogen only test, which is what they did, in the last couple of weeks. They did that. They had some issues with that, but they got a little bit of confidence in it. And then they did a full wet dress rehearsal. That was not that long ago, less than a week ago. But they also had, for the full wet dress rehearsal, they had test objectives that they had not been able to execute going all the way back to Artemis I. And so I think now they still achieved those objectives. And a lot of those actually had to do with the core stage and the SLS vehicle, and where, again, for this vehicle, the Block 1 vehicle, the interim cryogenic propulsion stage is classified as essentially a third party, commercial off-the-shelf third party payload. It has its own independent United Launch Alliance flight control system. It's essentially, they essentially almost took it completely off the shelf from the Delta IV vehicle, and so. It has more flight heritage. It has more flight history than SLS. It is, in this case, its application is as an in-space second stage for SLS. But the test objectives last week had to do with the core stage and boosters, and the core stage in particular, and how it interfaces with the Kennedy Space Center ground infrastructure. And so they demonstrated all that, and so that now I would say there's a decent chance that they don't need to repeat those tests, that they don't need another set of to redo that and get another data set for that. So, but obviously would rather just hear what they plan to do rather than guess. So, so then there are two issues. So let me see how quickly I can do this. They rolled out in January. They wanted to launch in February. We were just talking about the wet dress rehearsal. So when they rolled out in January, they were going to do a wet dress rehearsal, and then they were going to recycle and launch. They did the first wet dress rehearsal. They had a hydrogen leak. As soon as they had that, they said, okay, February's off the table. We need to troubleshoot that, and then we need to do another wet dress rehearsal. So they did that. They just did that second wet dress rehearsal, and there was about a 12 to 16 hour period of time where they had a successful wet dress rehearsal 2 on the 19th of February. They thought in that short window of time that the vehicle was ready to recycle for a launch opportunity, the first of those being on March 6th. And then the night after the wet dress rehearsal on the 19th, so the night of the 20th into the 21st, then they had something on ICPS crap the bed. So something broke, and they can't fix it at the pad, so they have to come back to the VAB. And so that obviously took March off the table. So what happened was hydrogen leak took February off the table. ICPS pneumatic system, main propulsion system pneumatics, which is gaseous helium. It's used for, again, my understanding, it's used for purging, RL10 engine line purges, so main propulsion system line purges, pressurizing the liquid oxygen and liquid hydrogen tanks in that stage. And then also for I believe the RL10 engine valves are actuated pneumatically, so it would also use helium for that. So, hydrogen leak delays from February to March, helium, whatever, something in the helium system broke. It could be, well, we don't, they aren't being more specific than that so far, but, so they had two issues. The second one, again, interestingly, or maybe not, but they have access to to address the hydrogen issue at the pad because it's low on the rocket. They have access to that from the deck of the mobile launcher down here. So they were able to do repairs, reservicing. ICPS is up here. They don't have a service structure that can access at the pad, so they have to come back. So, two big issues. They were able to address the hydrogen issue. They are unable to address whatever is wrong with the ICPS at the pad, so they're going back to the VAB to fix it. That wasn't fast, unfortunately, but relatively for me, that's relatively fast. So it wasn't so much that it wasn't so much that they couldn't load the helium systems. The helium systems are they're not self-contained, but they have a bunch of bottles on the around the mid body of the stage. Let me see if I can. There is a. Oh, that's funny. I'm actually doing that. Let's see here. So, yeah, I had it right. That's annoying. No, well, let's see. Let me see if I can get a. That was good. Let me see. I just need to play this or let it roll. Well, you can see these black. These are the hydrogen composite overwrapped pressure vessels. Let me see if I can get to a better shot. Here we go. That's okay. And a person for size. So, and you can see some of the lines over here. You can see some of those lines. So anyway, they store the hydrogen, the helium in those bottles. I believe the umbilical arm gives them the ability to top off those tanks from ground supplies. But obviously, once the vehicle leaves the pad, you need to have same thing as the core stage has. It's gigantic. I've seen them, but of course can't show pictures of them. But they're sort of human-sized. There are 5 gigantic helium. I mean, bottles doesn't really describe them very well. They're tanks of helium, and the core stage has its own. Core stage uses ground helium and flight helium. Obviously, you can't bring the ground with you. So, okay, great. So, thank you for the heads up. Oops, hey, my bad. So, yes, it does look like as somebody said, it does look like the crawler. That means they're completely disconnected from the pad. I don't know why I can't do that. Oh, that's interesting. I should probably be in 1080 then. All right, my bad. That's higher, a little bit higher def, actually a lot. Okay, well, let's go back to in fact, let me put up the whole, let me put the whole thing up here while I talk about ICPS. But most of the helium, they're watching the flow of helium through. They have all of these, manifolds, valves. They're looking at pressures and temperatures and other measurements in those systems. Upstream, downstream of different junctions within the main propulsion system. And so they were not seeing flow from one point to another within the system. So if it was, I guess it's possible if the problem had to do with the, even at the umbilical to stage interface, that might be an issue in terms of servicing it or maintenance. But It's at least the way that it's being phrased. They're saying it's somewhere within the plumbing of the stage itself, as opposed to the disconnects between. There's an interim cryogenic propulsion stage umbilical, which you can't necessarily see. So anyway, it isn't so much that they couldn't fill the tanks, but they haven't been more specific than that. It's just that there's somewhere in the plumbing for the ICPS pneumatic system, they had they stopped seeing the flow. They stopped seeing what they should see for regular flow between one point to another. And again, they haven't been more specific than that. But it's said they're said to be able to. They're said to be able to deal with that. In the vehicle assembly building, again, it's the way it's been characterized is that the biggest challenge is just getting your hands on the equipment, and they have no way of doing that at the pad. So, the long of it is that the earliest attempt, or the earliest launch window that they could launch opportunity that they could take advantage of right now, given what they know, is on April 1st, April Fool's Day. So no joke. Seriously, that is the first opportunity, or the next opportunity that they could take advantage of. And the fact that I think I talked about this when we first heard that this problem came up, which is just the act, and it's a long, involved act of disconnecting the vehicle from the pad and lifting it up off the pedestals here. If they just decided to lower it back down and start over with the pad flow, they would need at least 2 weeks to get this vehicle ready to launch if there was nothing wrong with it. And that's why it's going to take so long, is they had to undo everything. They had to undo more than 2 weeks of work because they did some other stuff, but they had to undo at least 2 weeks of work, which they would have to repeat now, literally, because they've lifted the vehicle off of the pad. They've disconnected all the services at the pad. And so that's why, so yes. And then they still have to make the round trip from here to the VAB and back. And then there's work that they need to do in the VAB. And again, this is this whole thing of, a flight termination system retest might take 8 hours worth of work, but it takes days of preparation, and then maybe a couple of shifts of work to clean up after it. So it always takes more time to get ready to do a test, and then to reconfigure to move on to the next step than to actually perform the tests themselves. So let's see if I can. Yeah, it's hard to tell, but if you maybe you can see it, maybe you can't. I should have been on a higher def, but these corners here, you can see a little bit of a little, not daylight, but you can see a little bit of black, so to speak, that you hadn't seen before. Those are the easiest pedestals to see, and so they will. The crawler transporter system's called jacking, equalization, and leveling. And so as they lift, one of the things that the crawler has to do, which I don't think we saw it doing when it came up the ramp yesterday because it wasn't carrying a load, is that it has to keep the mobile launcher leveled all the way down this. I forget if it's a 5% grade or not, but it's not level, obviously, coming down the ramp here. And they have to keep the mobile launcher and the vehicle perfectly level. Again, what does perfectly mean? Again, I don't know how many significant digits they need, but they need to keep it level. And so that means that they have to, they have hydraulic, I believe they're hydraulic jacks to as they come down here, they're going to have to keep this end of the of the mobile launcher deck. They're going to have to raise this one here, and keep rolling at the same time. So, but I guess we're waiting for first motion here. First, so that jacking the vehicle up off the pedestals is not considered first motion. First motion will be when the trucks actually start rolling. And we might not see this truck start to spray the crawlerway because it has to get across the pad surface first. So this is not really this will be a little bit difficult to see. But unfortunately, I'm going to have to break for a minute or two here just to see where we are. and then probably even a little bit longer. Let me see. Pardon me. It's also early morning for me here. Yeah, the trucks are down here. The crawlerway trucks are down here. So the so that's kind of where we are. I mean, again, to recap, they've gotten to the point where they've completely disconnected the vehicle and the mobile launcher from the pad systems. So they're off of pad power. They're on portable purge units that are probably on the deck of the mobile launcher. They're using the crawler transporter for power as well. They don't have a lot of equipment powered, and so they've completed all of the rollback preps except for beginning to roll. So they're basically ready to roll at this point, and it's just a question of have they checked off all of the crawler checklist marks to begin rolling, and then it's going to be about somewhere between 8 and 12 hours to get from the pad surface here back into the vehicle assembly building, and then they will begin extending platforms around, especially the upper part of the vehicle. So they'll be extending platform F around the forward part of the solid rocket boosters and the core stage intertank. And then there's a complex of platforms, I believe C, D, and E, around the launch vehicle stage adapter, because that's where all of the equipment is encapsulated, where they need to get that they need somewhere in there is whatever broke on the interim cryogenic propulsion stage. And then they're also going to do the flight termination system reset in the vehicle assembly building. They're going to fix whatever broke on ICPS there, and they're also going to replace some flight batteries on that stage as well. So they haven't told us what other things they're going to do, but if any. But again, I put this graphic up. This is just kind of my guessing about how much time they have. So they're rolling back. They're rolling back here, middle of this week. They have 2830. They have a 2835 sort of dual lifetime for the flight termination system once it's tested. So they could do it up here, but it's more likely that just gives you an idea about when they could do it. But they have probably about these next 2 weeks, the first 2 weeks of March, to get whatever done they're going to get done if they're going to make April. So if it takes longer and they're still in the vehicle assembly building by the end of this middle week of March, then it's going to be real tough for them to make it to April, to make it to the beginning of April. So we'll just have to see. We will see what happens. Hopefully they will give us a little bit better idea, more detailed idea about their plans for the rest of the for the next 3 weeks or so. And then there's obviously then the big questions. I think the big questions are, what do they, these two, well, so they should be able to address whatever happened with the helium system on ICPS in the vehicle assembly building. But then there's the open question of, there's a risk There's some level of risk of a hydrogen leak again when they go back out to the pad. Since I don't know that they're going to necessarily talk numbers about risk there, just in terms of programmatic risk. It isn't necessarily a safety risk because nobody's out there, but you don't. If there's a risk that the next time that they tank this vehicle, if they don't do anything else, that there's going to be a hydrogen leak. So do they proactively address that next time that they roll out to the pad? So do they do the same thing they did after the leak, out at the pad, demate the plates, refresh the quick disconnect seals, demate them, remate them, retest, and then do they do a tanking test? So that's kind of looking ahead to the next, I guess I would say, they would probably need to have that. They probably need to have that tanking test done somewhere in this week. Maybe they could push it up against that, but now you're really talking about a success-oriented schedule. So there isn't that much time because of the amount of time it takes to get from one place to another, and then to do all the work. There's the better part of 2 weeks of work at the pad just to get the vehicle ready when they come back for launch. And so we're already talking about maybe they could remate the umbilicals and do that in parallel with the other 2 weeks of it. But then the tanking test and recycling from that would probably be extra work. So that's kind of where we are. We're waiting for them to roll, and I'm gonna have to take a break here to take Teddy out for his morning walk. I'm already late. So what I'm gonna do is I will come back and see where we are when we return. If it's a relatively short, then I'll leave this stream up. If it's going to be extended a little while, then I will probably sign off this stream and bring up another one. There are obviously there's live coverage of this going on other channels. Those folks do great work too. So, but I'm happy that all of you folks have stopped by here. So let me see. So I'm going to take somewhere between 15 minutes, a little bit somewhere around there, maybe a little bit longer. But I will come back and at least say, hey, this is what I'm planning on doing. And then we're still talking about 12 hours of rollback or thereabouts. So I'll plan on being around most of the day today, except for I do have to take breaks to take care of Teddy and his needs. So, yes, and that, I don't know if you can hear him, but he's now lost his patience. So I'm gonna need to go now. So I'll be back hopefully in a little bit, and we'll see where we are. But I'll be back in a little bit. Thank you, and let me put this up just for grins so that you all know but I'll be off commentary for a little bit. Oops. Okay, I'm half back, half not. But yes, Teddy. Fortunately, Teddy was more interested in the squirrels in the backyard than we achieved all of our test objectives. So and so it does look like, obviously, what was that? So maybe about 15 minutes ago. First motion was around 15 minutes ago. And so this is a variable. This is just going to be a variable operation. How long it's going to take? Do they need to stop? How long do they need to stop? So if you have any questions, I think the way the morning does tend to be here. It's still relatively early morning here versus it's approaching 10 a.m. At the Kennedy Space Center Eastern Standard Time. So I will have to take another break. Actually, we'll probably have to take a few breaks this morning, and then things will get a little bit more open ended. But I imagine that there will be a little bit of and we'll see. That's interesting. So I'm looking at some rumors about how long they're going to be in the vehicle assembly building. We'll see. I see something that seems to be a very optimistic estimate. We'll see. I think obviously the faster that they can get back out to the pad, the earlier that they can get back out to the pad, the more it will give them more time to be ready for the launch, for when launch period 19. I think it probably technically opens end of March. Give or take, who knows how many days or day, and then extends. It's longer than the whatever 5 or 6 days that they are talking about. Let's see if we can see. It's possible that they. I just stopped the stream accidentally. It is hard to tell. Let me see. Let me go ahead and try and get it to caught up as close as possible to. If you look at the two trucks that we can see, and they're down here, if you can see a little bit of motion from those, it's hard to tell when we're looking straight at it. But they also have to clear. They also have to clear the structures around the pad surface. So they're probably going to go slower until they clear until the back edge of the mobile launcher clears all of those structures. And I don't, since I was gone for 15 minutes and change, but it looks like this water truck, and they have at least a couple of them, but they're deployed probably differently. But this water truck is probably out at the edge of where the crawlerway rocks begin, so to speak, and that'll probably be a little bit of a tell as to when they get to that point. But yeah, this is slow. So we have all sorts of time to we have all sorts of time to for questions and to look ahead. And so let me go ahead for the moment and throw this up, because this is just this is speculative. The launch period 19 is not speculative. I think all of these dates are available except for April 2nd. And so they'd need to be back out of the pad by around the middle of the month. And so that gives them, we're already at Wednesday, so that gives them the end of this week, and then maybe the next 2 weeks. So they've got 2.5 weeks, maybe as much as 3. So today's the 25th, so we are 5 weeks from April 1st, and so they're going to need the better part of 2 weeks to get the vehicle ready when it gets back out to the pad, to be in a launch countdown configuration. And once they're in that configuration, then they will be they could do either a tanking test first, or I think that there will be a lot of questions if they choose to skip all of that. And so I think it would be nice to get, hopefully we'll get some idea of what their strategy is for when they get back out to the pad. But if it takes less than 3 weeks for them to get back out to the pad, then the more time that they have, the more flexibility they will have in terms of doing additional work, trying to mitigate the risk of another hydrogen leak. There are different types of tanking tests, as we've been talking about. There are different types of tanking tests that they could do. A wet dress rehearsal, the video I did talking about the coverage, but I did mention in there that the wet dress rehearsal is the highest fidelity test you can do of the vehicle. And to me, that was one of the successes. One of the sort of big wins of that test is that they got the vehicle down inside of 30 seconds from ignition twice. And they did that within a 2-hour construct. Again, it wasn't a real, but it was a virtual. They had a 4-hour test window last Thursday night. They were able to do both terminal countdown runs within a 2-hour period of time, which means, at least theoretically, the vehicle, they can do that. And so in that respect, certainly the core stage and the boosters were at least in a configuration within 30 seconds of ignition twice. Again, within an hour and change. If I recall correctly, Charlie Blackwell Thompson said the recycle took 57 minutes, I think she said. Again, I don't know what the benchmarks are there, but in a real scenario, there's also going to be some sort of an issue that they're going to have to troubleshoot. So it isn't that I don't know if they were troubleshooting anything. I don't know if they were troubleshooting anything during the recycle. Again, part of the reason I was grumbling about the lack of information, but we're going to have to see that's a wet dress rehearsal. Do they need to do that much again? And because the test was so successful, do they need to repeat that to the depth and breadth of a full wet dress rehearsal, or would it be good enough for them to probably do a liquid hydrogen integrity test that gets a little farther than the one that they did on I think it was February 12th. Was that right? Something like that. Where they had the issue with the line was not something in one of the liquid hydrogen lines was not conditioned properly, and so they ended up getting a buildup of ice. And I think Charlie Blackwell Thompson said when they disconnected the line, and I think she said it ran up to the skid in the mobile launcher, so it wasn't at the tail service mast umbilical plates, but they saw reduced flow there. When they disconnected the lines and took a look at the filter, they did not see any debris, any FOD, any foreign object debris on the filter. So I think they suspected it was something like moisture. So and the problem with that is that it took them the better part of a week to recycle and be ready to do wet dress rehearsal. So you could see how, depending on how much time they have at the pad, if they were to reservice the liquid hydrogen tail service mast umbilical plates, do an integrity test, bump the mic there, do an integrity test, and then recycle for a launch attempt, you might not do the launch attempt for a week because you have all these reviews in between, but you don't necessarily want to be reconditioning the line. So I think the original objective for that test was to load the core stage liquid hydrogen tank up to somewhere between 25% to 50% full, estimated, and it does, again, we're looking at the just as an aside in terms of progress, it does, the mobile launcher and the crawler transporter do appear to be making progress. So it does look like they are clearing the pad structures, and they would need, I think, the pedestals. So I think what we are looking from south to north. And so they have the pedestals are on that sort of east-west corner there. They need to clear those pedestals. The back edge of the mobile launcher will need to clear the front, so to speak, the front pedestals. And I think there are 6 pedestals. But once they clear those, then there's some period of time on the ramp before they get to the incline. But it does look like they're getting closer to that water truck, and when we see that water truck start to do its thing, then that's obviously a precursor to them getting out onto the crawlerway itself. But I think that's it's a good question about what do they do with the tail service mast with this one specific. The liquid hydrogen tail service mast umbilical plate, and their umbilical plates all, you've got the 2 down here on the core stage engine section, but then you also have a liquid hydrogen, or not liquid hydrogen, you have a hydrogen, a core stage intertank umbilical has I keep saying liquid, a gaseous hydrogen vent line in it, up here. I'm sorry, it's actually down. This is where the intertank is. And so I think they have not seen any issues with the other ones. So I think that one of the things I'm thinking is that all of the analysis they would have done on loads, there are different types of loads and your different types of protections and specs. And so I'm not sure that they've analyzed the liquid hydrogen. If you were to sort of loosely connect them, and so there would be questions about is a completely disconnected. Perhaps you could completely disconnect the umbilicals and arm and retract them into the tail service mast itself. I suppose that would be an analyzed configuration. But then the question would be, you want to have a tight seal on the vehicle. What are the risks in rolling back out to the pad in that configuration? versus they've analyzed the plate, they've analyzed the connection, a connected set of plates for rollout and rollback. And so again, I guess I wouldn't be surprised if they did do anything, that they deferred that until they're all the way back out at the pad. So if they were to do that work in parallel with the pad validations, that I don't know that that might give them, they may not have any. Well, that's not fair, but I think they could do that if they were to do that up front right after they got back to the pad. That they would be, that would not be necessarily the critical path to getting the entire vehicle ready to do a liquid hydrogen integrity test again. So there's all sorts of other things they could do in parallel. But again, I don't know what their preference is necessarily, whether they would, it's possible that they have another configuration that they're okay with for rolling back out to the pad. Perhaps maybe, either partially disconnected or soft connected or completely retracted. Let me see if I can. I'm pretty sure I have the. But I mean, so like when the plate is at liftoff, the plates are disconnected, and then they fully swing back up inside the tail service masts, both of them. So again, I think that's just one of those questions, which is what configurations have they analyzed for roll? Obviously, when the post launch, they're going to leave those inside the tail service masts and roll back to the VAB for service. Okay, and so we're now seeing the water truck beginning to work to spread to wet down the crawler way. So they're getting close to the ramp here, and at that point, then I'm sure that the equalization and leveling systems are online, and they will start putting those to use as soon as once they get onto the ramp. So yeah, I think that I think is a question about how they're going to configure it for the rolls, but I also think it is possible that they just leave it, so then that all the procedures that they have, the procedures that they would already have in hand, so to speak, would be completely servicing the plates, fully connected at the pad. So they may, like I said, it's possible that they do nothing until they're back out hard down at the pad again before they touch that connection again. But again, the easiest thing just in terms of understanding would just be to ask them. I just don't know how many opportunities we're going to get. So yeah, there's it's actually a while ago, but yeah, obviously the big question is, do we think that they can make launch period 19, which opens on, so that's down here, so to speak, on this calendar. Opens on the first opportunity that we know of right now is April 1st. That's 5 weeks from today. And so I think the question is, it's really hard to tell, because they have not, they everything is couched in, the only thing they're saying is that they think the way, to me, that I read the description is that they think they have a chance. That's just not very strong. And so numbers would be nice. So how much time do you expect to take in the VAB? And so if we look at the calendar, I think really this time frame out here, mid-March, is how how long do they think they're going to need in the VAB? When do they think they're going to be out of the pad? If they roll out, if they're out of the pad by the Ides of March, by March 15th, I think that improves their chances. If they're even earlier than that, I think that increases their chances just purely in terms of whatever work they want to do. There's the standard pad flow, and then there's these open questions of mitigating the risk of another hydrogen leak, which is they're gonna need some extra time to do that. And the later, if they're if they're later than that, and so we don't have, they really have not said. They just in the last release yesterday talked about a few things that they're planning on doing, but they didn't necessarily say that's all we're doing. So I think that's why, as usual, we either need or want more information. It's really hard to make even an informed guess right now because we don't know how much time they're planning to stay in the VAB, how much work they've set up in the VAB, and when they plan to be back out at the pad. So, I did hear or that there's a rumor that it's going to be really short. So if they're back out of the pad, yeah. See, I don't think that's. But okay, well, I guess I can phrase it this way. So, the flight termination system requirements for just Artemis II. So they were different than Artemis I. They'll probably be different again for Artemis III. But they need to test. They need once they've performed that end-to-end test, then they need to I think is in air quotes, but the idea would be that they would perform the first launch attempt within 4 weeks, and they would need to perform the last launch attempt within 35 days, so 5 weeks. So they're not there, but in theory, you could probably squeeze in. Well, but you would want to preserve. So let's say you just shot to say 5 weeks from the 8th. So again, that's why I bracketed this for next week. Basically, they could perform that end-to-end test next week. Again, in theory, and that would give them enough time on the flight termination system to cover any of these. There's 5 dates. The first, and then the 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th are the opportunities. So this is just a time frame for launch period 19. But the idea is, if they were able to do that test and roll out in this period up here first week of March, which I think is, I don't know how realistic that is. I would say probably more realistic somewhere in the second week, this week of March. But if they were able to roll out in here, then that I think gives them a much better opportunity. So obviously the sooner that they can finish the work in the VAB and come back. But again, that's why I want to see what are they thinking, and what are they planning, and then again now, and then on top of that, you still have the sort of bigger picture questions that we've seen, and I think you can kind of see. So they're on the slope now, and you can, again, the vehicle is being maintained being maintained at level, essentially, even as they come down the pad B ramp. But I mean, again, big picture, how much work are they going to do in the VAB, and then when they get to the pad, how much extra work are they going to do to mitigate the risk of another hydrogen leak? And so those are open questions right now. And so I think the other thing that Just looking through some. Just looking at some info here. So okay, they started this. Let's see. So there is another blog post out. Let's see. I'll take a look at it over here on this. Okay, so they'd mentioned that there was going to be another or a live stream of the rollback. That's going to be once it leaves this area. I believe this camera is either adjacent or on the launch complex 39 observation gantry, which is out at the pad B or pad A, pad B crawlerway split, same area as it's still called, I think, the Apollo Mobile Service Structure park site. That's where it used to be parked for back in the day. But yeah, it doesn't look like there's any. So sort of waiting to see when they publish a rollback, another stream with another feed. They could just switch that. I don't know if they're going to keep this, but I'm looking for. I'll probably be looking for at some point today, looking for another stream link from NASA with a different feed, and we will see what happens with the cameras. And I don't see anything else. So, but yeah, if you guys have if you have any questions, maybe I should run through. Let's see. So I can run through. So I've showed you this calendar. I'll rerun through this again. While we're sort of waiting, these were sort of the big picture questions that we've been running through, because those won't change a lot until we get more information. Obviously, the biggest question is there enough time to be ready by the 1st of April? This question isn't really a question anymore, because they've said they're going to reset the flight termination system in the vehicle assembly building. So that means they're not planning on using the contingency pad access platforms unless we get into another issue again back out at the pad. So if what little we know about the plan at this point, the only reason they would need to use those would be if they come back out to the pad, are not able to fly in launch period 19, and then they have to reset the flight termination system for launch period 20. So, yeah, I think then you're still going to end up with this: how many launch periods can you stay out there? And I know they don't want to think about it, but I think in a way, pretending that isn't a possibility, I don't think that. I'm not that superstitious. I don't think there's any power in, I don't know how much power there is in wishful thinking. So, but then in terms of the work, aside from the I think people are at least wondering what broke on ICPS, and how bad is it. So, and again, I think obviously it seems like the way it's being characterized behind the scenes is that it's not that bad, but they have to verify that when they get back inside. But again, in terms of the work, again, what are they going to do to mitigate the risk that they have another hydrogen leak on the vehicle, having made a round? They will have made a round trip. Again, if this plan holds, by the time we get to next month, they will have at some point made a full round trip from the pad to the VAB and back out to the pad. And what are they going to do, if anything, to mitigate that hydrogen leak risk? Again, because they do not have full root cause for that. They have what they feel like is a good workaround, which they just demonstrated with the second wet dress rehearsal. But that's and then the last one is just as I mentioned at the beginning of the stream. Even after the second wet dress rehearsal, and there was again, there's just this what a whipsaw on last Friday, I guess Friday into Saturday, where they just come out of the second wet dress rehearsal. There was a lot of confidence about, they thought the vehicle was in really good shape. They saw almost ridiculously low concentrations of hydrogen. If anything, I was shocked, maybe not, but I was surprised how low the numbers that Charlie Blackwell Thompson gave us. But even after all that and that optimism, before they heard about the ICPS issue, they were not set. They didn't have have a date for the flight readiness review. They were talking about the end of this week. So another week after that test, they were talking about the flight readiness review somewhere out here, but they weren't ready to give a date for that. So I think that's still a question, even if it's after a tanking test, because it's a thorough review. That's where they would have set an official date, and so those are the big questions. I'm just I do want to make sure and come back to the live-ish view here. And then, but let me go, I can go back and, obviously, so this is the overall again, assuming I have this right. Yes. So obviously rollback prep's complete. They're rolling back. That's in work. The three sort of buckets of work that we know about in the vehicle assembly building are, fixing whatever broke on the interim cryogenic propulsion stage. They're planning to reset the flight termination system, especially the elements in the SLS solid rocket booster forward skirts and the core stage intertank. And then while they in that same area of the ICPS, they're going to they're going to replace some flight batteries and perhaps some other equipment on the ICPS that has its own life limited, time constraints, so to speak. Let me see. What I was going to do is I was going to pull up the in-flight cameras, because it's a nice shot of, it's dark, but it's a nice shot kind of giving you a, no, that's not the right one. Let me find it. Well, okay, so I need to do that. Whoops, lost it again. No, this is still the same. And this is a B-roll, but let me see if I can stop this for a sec. But this is the. But what I wanted to do is I wanted to pull up the onboard video from Artemis I, because it just to give it even though it's dark, it gives you a feel for what it looks like from the sort of the base of the launch vehicle stage adapter, what it looks like inside. So those are some replays from the other day. Okay, and it's out here at the very end. Let's see, now we've gone too far because we've separated. Let's see. So, all right, so there's two cameras Again, you can sort of tell from where they are positioned. We're down at the base of the launch vehicle stage adapter. And I think the second one, it has a slightly, there's some, you can see some of the lights on the stage itself. So those are providing a little tiny bit of lighting. I think the second camera has slightly better, maybe not. But you can see, so this is I believe essentially this white structure. So it's not a structure. It's essentially an air conditioning. It's an ECS, environmental control system, hose on the launch vehicle stage adapter. You can kind of see the X braces, and there's some of the helium tanks here. And then down here is the equipment shelf. This here is the liquid oxygen tank for the stage. But then this is the equipment shelf, which has the flight control system. So there are flight computers, there are inertial navigation. It's called INCA, inertial navigation and control assembly, I think. So they will be doing some servicing in there. But this is what it looks like inside, and this is inside the launch vehicle stage adapter, and they're going to have to access. They're going to have to get access to it. This is obviously this was in flight for Artemis I. So yeah, Dave's talking about they did release. Yeah, I did see those pictures. I think I was hoping that they would do a larger release of the render. I mean, I'm not complaining that they gave it to me when I requested it last year, but there is something. Let me see if I can. I don't. There were some pictures of, also pictures of the Artemis III core stage forward join handling that go back to I guess I put it in that folder. But one of the things that's not clear on the render, and we can run through that, is there's a cable that they have to install, somewhat like the crew access arm has a supporting cable for it. That provides, I guess you'd call it like cantilevered support. And the pictures from the launch equipment test facility show that installation. So I'm sort of keeping an eye on the. So they're making pretty good progress coming down the ramp. I guess they're going to this is a good vantage point for rollout for sure, and rollback. Hopefully they will fire up this camera when they roll back out to the pad when it gets out here. Let me see if I can. Let me do this and see if this will come up correctly. Right. So these pictures were actually taken, I think, at the end of October, and so unfortunately, because the government was in shutdown, and obviously also relevance, they weren't necessarily in a hurry to publish these. But this is testing that was done back at the end of October, and so you can see so what they have here is they have I think it's the west. So this is there's two platforms. So one of them back here in the background, and then the one in the foreground. And these are these support cables that I was referring to that you can't see. You can see a little bit of it hinted at in the render, and I'll post that in a sec. But this platform, I think, this is the platform that would be extended up to the left-hand solid rocket booster forward skirt, and then the one in the background is the one that has the two access points for the right-hand solid rocket booster forward skirt and the north side core stage intertank access door. And so there's a few other. So I'm just going to keep an eye on no, wrong way. So again, this is that single access platform, and then this is the dual platform. So this is the one where this is simulating the right hand solid rocket booster, forward skirt access door, and then the core stage inner tank, the north facing door. These obviously facing the mobile launcher umbilical tower, and then these are some other, and then there's a couple of people on that platform for reference. And so that's a good shot. And you can, again, this also shows you that cable. And I think what I'd heard is that they'd lifted this platform in particular into place on the evening after the second wet dress rehearsal, before they I don't know if they were already troubleshooting at that point, but it certainly wasn't common knowledge at that point that they had an issue with the ICPS, and they may have been troubleshooting it anyway. But they never got to the point where they were going to put this cable on, and they probably would have needed to do that in order for wind loads, for instance. So they were in this position where it's not supported necessarily. It's not fully supported until you're fully hooked up to the mobile launcher or to the umbilical tower with that additional support there. So they had to choose whether are we going to install that, or are we going to take it down. And so that was probably part of the decision about when to do that. And then in terms of, let me try and switch back to the live view, and then I'll go pick up the render again, because that it gives you a nice reference, big picture reference for what it looks like. And again, I think at this point they do not want, they're hoping they don't need to use it now. But this is again, and so this is looking at these renders. You don't see the cables themselves, but you can see these link points. It's like these are where the cables would be attached. So, but again, this is just, this is the right hand solid rocket booster. Left hand is behind, obscured by the core stage. This is the core stage inner tank umbilical arm, and then those are the two platforms. So, yeah, those help in terms of the images help just in terms of those were the first good images of those two platforms. So even though they installed one of the platforms at the pad on the 20th, so the day after, we couldn't see it to any degree. It's just too far away, and too, from this is, I don't know how many miles this is away from the observation gantry to the, it's probably approaching a couple of miles away. But pardon me, I kicked they should be able to do that work. Because they will be working with ordnance for the flight termination system. There is some amount of work that they will have to stop and clear. I don't know if I think they have to clear the entire vehicle assembly building when they get to the ordnance part of the work. So, but there's a lot of, as we've been talking about, there's a lot of preparation to get ready to do that. And so, when they get back into the vehicle assembly building, as they say in the gotta go pull up the graphic. There it is. Let me see what am I showing? Okay. I'll zoom this in before I switch to it, or try to anyway. So they will be extending. So they will have to extend platform F, but that's when they get back in. So again, these are the pedestals, and you know, again, we're looking side on. So there's a total of 6 pedestals, as Dave was saying earlier in the stream. There's 6 foreground, and if we were perfectly looking at this, 6 or 3 in the foreground, 3 in the background. So they have to get hard down on that. So they're physically. And so if we get completely into the weeds, they will. Let's see. So they will actually, when they get close to the threshold of the VAB during the rollback, they'll have to stop. They'll have to extend the crew access arm out a little bit before they can roll in. They'll roll in. The crawler will lower the umbilical tower down onto the pedestals, and then they will start extending. Platforms. Again, they'll definitely have to. Whoops, wrong one. They'll definitely have to extend F, and really, it's probably going to be more like this complex of. Well, really, the CDE platforms are complex around ICPS and launch vehicle stage adapter, and technically the forward skirt of the core stage. That's all one volume, but they will at least be extending these platforms. Again, maybe not platform C, but they definitely will need to. I think, and again, maybe they could get away with just platform D and platform F, but I'm not sure. So they'll need to extend those platforms. They'll need to set up. I wonder if this video has. I mean, again, I was showing this the other day, but. Yeah, so there's some shots of platforms, or not. The platforms are extended in this case. This is shot back in July, but then they have scaffolding up. They have additional access that they have to set up. I'm just trying to see if I can find it. This is okay. So this is platform C, platform D, platform E. See, I could see how they would want to have. You can see these extra. There's extra platforms, and then you can see some additional scaffolding. This is up around for ICPS access. It's possible they still need. It's possible that they're going to need access to all 3 levels to some extent. And so, I'm just keeping an eye on the. But you can see one of the launch vehicle stage adapter access openings here. The doors are off, so they'll I don't know how many of those they're going to take off, perhaps all of them, but they'll definitely need this one, and this one gives them, looks like, direct access. But then again, you can see down here maybe they need some access at the junction between the launch vehicle stage adapter and the core stage forward skirt, and then maybe they need some access to the ICPS umbilicals, so the umbilical connection, and you can see this additional scaffolding. So all this stuff needs to be, or at least a lot of it needs to be established before they can even get, quote unquote, get to work. But that's part of getting to work, is getting set up. So they'll need to do that, and they'll need to do something similar. I think that video. Of course, it reset on me. I don't have that configured correctly. But so platform F is again for the flight termination system reset. And so this is actually right up against, right close to the vehicle on platform F. That's a good shot of. This is platform F here. You can see, so they will have to extend these are other more sort of formal platforms, a part of that platform infrastructure. They'll extend some or all of these around the solid rocket booster forward assemblies, and then this is the southern facing. There's 2 access doors in the inner tank. Again, they may choose, given the additional, they have, full 360-degree circumference around, at least at that level, access to the inner tank. So they may choose to use a different access. They don't have to use the access door facing the umbilical tower, which would be behind in this from this point of view. So so they'll want to set those up before they get into that work. And then I do have. Let me see if so. I'd found at least a decent sort of schematic diagram of the sort of traditional flight termination system. The types of elements that would be in the flight termination system. So ordnance here would be the destruct charges themselves. But these are the kinds of things that they're going to be testing, but they're going to come in and they're going to again, the way I understand it, they're basically going to put something, they're going to stick something in between the safe and armed devices and the ordnance themselves, and then test that the signal that's transmitted from the range, that when the range transmits those signals, that they get all the way up to, are they called breakout boxes or whatever, but they're going to see that signal gets all the way to those. And then they're going to have to, among other things, I don't know what else they have to disconnect here, but they'll then obviously have to reconnect the ordnance. And when they do that, they'll absolutely have to clear the immediate or larger area around that, because those are explosive devices. So, and so I think from a timing standpoint, that may be another reason why they want to leave that for as late as possible. Are we catching up again? Probably. I'll go ahead and catch it up one more time. A little bit. Now, I wonder if we're having, it looks like, well, that's weird. Well, weird or not, it's also very, unfortunately, typical. They've been having issues with the, with this stream, throughout. And so it looks like they are having, speaking of something crapping the bed, this looks like it's doing that right now, but so it's not great. This actually looks very similar to the type of pattern that we would see, where it would snap back for, maybe 10 frames out of 30 a second like this. And then it would, and then it would have trouble breathing. Yep. So again, you're seeing, so we're seeing this pattern. It's not the greatest, but it at least gives us, again, I'm being jargony, but yeah, it does give us real-time situational awareness. It allows us to see. So, I mean, and the reason that I use real-time situational awareness is because it isn't always what you're seeing. It's also what you're hearing. Sometimes you can't see anything. We don't have access to the displays and the actual flight data or launch launch system data. And so sometimes we can be kept up to date on what's happening by listening to comms or seeing, and this is pretty bad. And in this case, all we can do is watch relatively close to real-time video, but it doesn't necessarily have to be both. And in this case, all we have is we can see what's happening, but we can't hear what's happening. But sometimes it's good enough to hear what's happening. So, but we could this is okay. I imagine that NSF, NASA Spaceflight, and some of the other live streams that have their own cameras there can compensate for this. And so, yeah, the platforms, are, let's see if I'll have to see if I can find a picture. I'll try and leave, even though live stream is having its issues again. It's sort of a chronic problem. There was some video of the rollout. No, not that. No, this is from the firing room. But yeah, the platforms essentially are halves, and they slide in. They'll be extended around the vehicle. Oh boy, that's not quite as useful. Let's see how long this lasts for. So yeah, we just but yeah, in terms of sort of last steps in the vehicle assembly building before they get into just pure rollout preps again, I wouldn't be surprised if they want to leave the they might want to leave not just the ordnance reconnects, but the actual end-to-end test towards the end, and sort of be ready to do that test. But let's see. You know what I can do? I guess I can go back. I'm just going to go back. Oh, did we get it? We did get it back. Okay. Hey, I can go with live as opposed to substitute for live. But they might want to leave that until till the end, and it would make some sense. So again, maybe to confirm that whatever the issue is with ICPS is only as bad as they think, as opposed to being something more than that. And so that's again, we'll just have to see. We're not hearing again. I don't know what data they had, but I think Jared Isaacman, NASA Administrator Jared Isaacman, said that the failure signature was similar to something that they saw during Artemis I. In that case, though, at least the way it was reported to us, some debris had lodged in a check valve, so it was the somewhat of the opposite case where they were not, when the valve was closed, that is supposed to restrict flow, and they were still seeing flow through that. This is in the Artemis I situation. So, we will be waiting to hear either their current diagnosis or whatever the fix is when they get that done. But it does look like the vehicle, it looks like the crawler has got the mobile launcher in the vehicle most of the way or all of the way down the ramp and is now back kind of on level ground. And so, I mean, that I think that the first set of questions is grouped around the question of how long is it going to take for them to get all of the stuff that they need to get done in the vehicle assembly building done. And then obviously that leads into when will they roll back out to the pad? And then that answers, or that addresses the question, how much time will they have back at the pad? If they have less than 2 weeks to Artemis, to April 1st, that would be less encouraging. If they have significantly more, 3 weeks, I don't know how realistic that is, but if they had a lot more than 2 weeks, then that would be more encouraging in terms of it gives them more time, more flexibility. One of the reasons that this rollback was delayed was because of high winds. They could have more weather issues in March. You're getting into the transition between winter and spring. There's probably a higher risk of severe weather in Florida, amongst other places. And so if they have more, they could have more downtime or periods where they have to suspend operations for weather in March, perhaps, than you might see even in cold weather in January or this month. So, okay, cool, Dave. So again, Dave's probably looking at perhaps looking at multiple streams, which is cool. But so passing through the gates now, so that's obviously that's the I don't know if you call it completely call it the pad perimeter. I think that's basically adjacent to the ramp. So, and there's a long ways to go. So what did first motion was? I mean, approximately. Okay, there you go. So 9:38. So about an hour and 15, an hour and 20 minutes ago. And so I am coming up to another Teddy conflict for his breakfast and insulin treatment. But that'll be so that'll probably be on the order of about 10 minutes, and then I will probably also need to take another break here. But I'll just plan on hanging out. It's not quite the same as a wet dress rehearsal, but there's time to do that today, and maybe we'll get. I don't know what we're going to get in terms of anything else. I know, again, Jared Isaacman, in one of his posts on Saturday, when he was talking about when he initially provided the most information about the issues and the outlook for Artemis II, but then he mentioned at the end of the longer post on Saturday that they were planning on doing some kind of briefing that spoke to plans for Artemis for the beyond Artemis II. I don't know whether that's it's already Wednesday. I haven't looked to see if I have not seen any notifications or any media advisories for anything like that. It doesn't necessarily have to happen this week, but if it happens in the next week of time or so, that would be obviously appreciated, given how secretive everybody has been about post Artemis II plans. But that's something else that I'm keeping an eye on. And I was showing the pictures of the Orion service modules, the next 2 Orion service modules in flow. It would be nice to, in addition to getting the big picture plan, to get an update on production, because that's one of the inputs into when you could fly the next Artemis mission after Artemis II would be the transportation elements, so Orion, SLS, and then obviously lunar lander status, as much as is legal, and so we're just missing a lot of we're missing pretty much all of the context except for the phrase by 2028 for Artemis 3, and so it would be nice to get something else besides some context. So I'm going to, because we are coming up on the hour here, I'm going to go ahead and take a somewhere between 5 to 10 minutes break, and I will be back on comms here in a little bit. And we're watching Artemis II rollback from Launchpad 39B to the vehicle assembly building. Okay, I'm a little bit of going to be a little bit more morning little bit of in and out in the morning activities. I still have one more thing I need to do in probably in around 15 minutes. And so I see that I think I heard them talking about I don't know if it was a bearing but it was something that they were looking at. So before they started rolling, so it's possible that, but I mean there could be anything that they need to do maintenance on. So they're going to have support on call. But we can do, for the next few minutes, we can do some more questions. I see the question. Do I think that's the question about what types of mitigations they do for a hydrogen leak after they make this round trip from the pad to the VAB back to the pad is a question. And so those are a couple of those are a couple of the options if they did do a tanking test. Is they could do a partial liquid hydrogen, partial core stage liquid hydrogen fill. I guess you could also throw in the question of would they want to see the ICPS main propulsion system? Would they want to exercise those to any degree when they get back out to the pad in kind of a countdown configuration in either propellant loading, or would they? I guess it's not obvious necessarily what choice they would make. There are elements or there's some of the things that we saw in the last couple of weeks testing just about the hydrogen leak that would go into that too. They had a very successful second wet dress rehearsal. And so maybe, and they also, again, as I was mentioning earlier, one of the successes about the second wet dress rehearsal is they were finally able to accomplish test objectives that they'd had going back to Artemis I. There were a couple of them that they were not able to do, a couple of big ones, demonstrating that the vehicle can hold for up to 3 minutes in, less than 2 minutes from ignition. So they were able to demonstrate that. That's a I don't know if that's a part of the specification or the requirements for the core stage main propulsion system, but that's again where you have both of the core stage propellant tanks are pressurized for flight. You're in drain back for both commodities. The engines, the RS-25 engines are either in their start boxes or approaching that, and so and the ability to hold there for up to 3 minutes to deal with any number of issues. It could be anything from a direct issue with the core stage main propulsion systems to somebody violating the range either in the water or in the air, to a spacecraft issue, to a ground systems issue, communications issue. It could be anything that comes up literally at the last minute where they have the ability with the countdown sequencer they have to hold, resolve the issue, and then pick up the count and continue to count towards liftoff. So they were able to demonstrate that, and then they were able to demonstrate cutting off and recycling the whole vehicle from T minus 33 seconds, taking the vehicle back to T minus 10 minutes and holding, reconditioning the propellant in the tanks, and then making a second terminal countdown run. And so all of those objectives that they'd had going back to Artemis 1, they demonstrated those a week ago. And so that's part of that conversation of, do we need to demonstrate that again in a full wet dress rehearsal? But there may be some, perhaps there are some objectives that they might want to add to some kind of tanking test to verify the work that the repair work that they do on the ICPS. Now, the flip side of it is that the whatever the problem was here, we talked about this I think a little bit on Saturday when we initially found out about it. The stage has been in storage for a long time, and so it could have just been, and those systems, at least from what we'd heard, performed nominally throughout the count, just like the core stage systems that they were doing the test objectives on. But the ICPS was meeting all of its launch commit criteria last Thursday night too, for both terminal countdown runs. And so again, just a coincidence, I guess, again, unless we hear otherwise, that this broke, less than 24 hours later. So, because the stage has a lot of heritage as a Delta IV cryogenic second stage, and the systems are nearly identical. Perhaps that is that they have rationale there that says that they don't necessarily need to, based on the flight experience and on the launch experience on the other vehicle, that whatever part broke, but it obviously depends on what broke. So it does I think Dave was saying that there's some heavy equipment on there, so they've stopped. It does appear that they've stopped for some reason, but I do not have any information on why they stopped and how long, whatever if there's an issue that they need to resolve. So see if I can see something. Do not see necessarily any reports on it. The crawler does appear to have stopped. Do not see any information on why or how long it's going to take until it can resume rolling. So I can't speak. I can't speak to how the flight crew and the backup crew are feeling. I think they have access to all the information, and so I think their expectations are different than the public expectations. So there's that. I don't know that necessarily speaks to how they feel. But I think it's fair to point out that they do have they have all of the information available, and so their expectations, I think, are would be fully informed versus ours, which are partially. And then I think somebody asked this question. I don't remember whether it was during the wet dress rehearsal last week or during the live stream after we found out that about this issue with the ICPS and that they were going to have to delay until April. But I think it is a question of, again, I guess that's probably a good way of framing it, which is if I were going to get on any of these vehicles, I would want to have the same level of knowledge that an astronaut has getting on any of these spacecraft, whether it's the Soyuz or the Dragon or the Orion or the Starliner. So, okay. So Dave says they stopped to reposition power cables for one of the portable purge units, a mini portable purge unit. Again, it would be interesting to see how big the regular portable purge unit is versus the mini, but they do have additional equipment to maintain air conditioning purges, air conditioning. Either you could call it either way, either purge or air conditioning, to maintain the proper humidity and temperatures for some of the different volumes inside the vehicle. So there's the vehicle has a lot of machinery in it, computers, and those all you want to keep within at least within reasonable operating ranges. So I guess maybe maybe the cables got hung up on something, and so they're using one of those JLG lifts to just maybe make sure that tie the cables off or secure them better. But yeah, in terms of flying on any of these vehicles, I would want I would want to be fully informed about the risks. And again, I think that the crew for this mission, or the crews for the other spacecraft, for the Soyuz and for the Dragon, or for the spacecraft that the Chinese are developing, I'm sure internally those crews that they understand the risks as well as possible. And so that would just be my standard. Would be, if I was going to fly on those, I would want to understand the risks as best as I could. So I don't think that's, I imagine that anybody that flies on those vehicles has access to that information. Now, of course, they can't disclose any of it, but that's something else. And so, yeah, talking about some sort of a hypothetical issue that would keep them from going to the moon. I mean, that would obviously be a disappointment, I think, for most people in the program. But it's just it's a hypothetical. We've heard different guesstimates, so to speak, about how quickly they will know. How quickly they'll have they'll just have I think how quickly they will know, in air quotes, but they will see operation of the the new systems on Orion very quickly. Within during the first 6 hours of the mission, you have the launch, you have the insertion, you have the burn to go up to the high Earth orbit, and then you have the proximity operations demonstration. And during that period of time, the crew is going to be busy, and the environmental control and life support systems will be exercised to some level just during those first 6 hours of the mission. And I think what we've heard some qualitative characterization of that, saying that will give us a good idea. That'll give them some level of confidence in the system at that point, that they'll have a decent idea about whether that part of it will support making the ultimate TLI burn on the second day of the mission. So. And so the crew, after the proximity operations demo, they will have a
a sleep period that is interrupted in the middle by the perigee rays burn. And so there are two perigee rays firings, one by the ICPS early in the mission, and then there's one by Orion about 12 hours after liftoff. But the TLI burn is supposed to be approximately 25 hours after liftoff, and they will have the full set of data at that point. And so it is Orion, all of the other systems on Orion, in terms of flight navigation and electrical power systems and avionics and flight control, as I was saying, navigation. All of those systems were tested thoroughly during Artemis I, and so I think there's that's only one flight, but at the same time, I think that the incremental mission risk is at least viewed to be with the new systems, that's certainly a higher incremental risk than the fact that they've only flown the integrated crew module and service module once. So I think the portable purge units, so I don't think the portable purge units, I think the portable purge units, as the name portable implies, have their own power supply, so to speak. So I think the crawler existed for half a century before SLS existed, and to a great degree that this mobile launcher existed. And so I don't know that it was sized a long time ago. So I think it supports, there's enough power and enough services supplied to the vehicle during a rollout and rollback in between. But I think the fact that they have additional purge units, I believe that they're staged on the deck of the mobile launcher, but they may also have some staged on the umbilical tower as well. They have additional equipment, which probably has, that might be running on, like a gas generator or something like that. So it probably doesn't cover everything completely. And so they do have some additional equipment that augments power and purge requirements for the vehicle. Yeah, in terms of it being disappointing, it's disappointing that, especially that we're sort of seeing a repeat of the pattern from the first launch campaign, because the part of the launch campaign that was in the VAB before they rolled out, I think was much. They saw a lot of improvements, and I think the hope was that they were going to see that persist through the rest of the Artemis II launch campaign. And so what we're seeing is a persistent issue with the hydrogen tail service mast, and then we're also seeing an issue that I think, at least until we get more data, points to the low usage rate for this overall system. And again, I don't know what we don't know what's failed, but I think from the perspective, to me, that this stage was in storage for a long time. And again, I've read, again, I haven't confirmed it, but both of these interim cryogenic propulsion stage units will probably be in storage for the longest. They will end up with the records for the longest time in storage before usage. Although maybe the Artemis I stage may still have. The Artemis I stage was delivered to Kennedy Space Center, if I recall correctly. It was either I think it might have been 2017. And so the mission did not actually launch for 5 years after that. Now, the Artemis III stage was delivered to Cape Canaveral in summer of 2023, and we're now talking about Artemis III realistically not until 2028. So there's that. But then this unit that they're rolling back right now was delivered in the middle of 2021. So all kind of in that same ballpark. And so I think that's going to be, these are all these. We all have computer equipment for the most part. Some more than others, and things eventually break after you either. Sometimes they break right after you buy them, and sometimes they break after going way past their quote unquote warranty. So, it'll be interesting to see I don't know that we're necessarily going to get a postmortem on why whatever broke, but I do think that, I don't think it helps. I don't think these stages, I don't know how long these stages were designed to be stored. And they obviously will have periodic maintenance requirements, but I wouldn't be surprised if there's a little bit of a reevaluation of that they might increase the number of inspections. But of course, it depends on whether there may not be any value in doing it. It could be like a light bulb test. It's like, how many times can you turn a light bulb on until it breaks? So the question about ULA, yes, ULA is the prime contractor for this stage. And so they will, I believe those personnel, it will be ULA personnel that will do, well, actually, it's possible that it's the Amentum Comet contractor. It's possible those are the folks that are hands-on on the stage, but ULA will actually will definitely be supporting the operation, and it's, in terms of replacing the parts and maybe even doing some of the maintenance, it might be ULA. And so, yeah, we don't know what, we still don't know what broke, and we still don't know, obviously, why. And so I don't know, there's not enough information to know if the ICPS issue, if you would, it's not related to the hydrogen leak issue, but it's possible that you might you might categorize them but it's not obvious. So it's not definite that they're in the same general category of issues. They could be different. So that's why I say I'm not sure that I don't know that the root cause of this, when they find what happened, that the root cause is like an unexplained anomaly. I think the ICPS issue could easily be just a time and cycle, that it failed within family, that things aren't gonna break exactly at the same time, but we will see. I think if it turns out that the ICPS issue can't be explained, that's not necessarily a good sign for just rolling right back out to the pad and dealing with whatever other issues you have. But I mean, they also may just go with the workaround too to fly it. There's only, especially with ICPS, there's only this one and another unit to fly. So we were having the live stream the live stream had gotten shaky for a little while, and then it had resolved, and now it looks like it's shaky again. But at least it's not totally black yet. Although again, I guess they've from time to time have tried to, kick it or something. But yeah, that there's, I think generally speaking, one of the issues, one of the issues with the system is just how infrequently it's used. There's just not enough. There's not enough flight hardware, and and so I think some of the issues have to do with either the lack of availability of flight hardware, especially for the hydrogen leak issue. Again, there's a few other things. So again, they have minimal infrastructure for offline testing. For again, if we look at the hydrogen leak issue, there isn't they don't have a facility or a setup anywhere on standby or other to test that issue offline. And so the only place they can test it is with a flight vehicle at Pad 39B. And they've only had, again, this decade, they've only had 2 vehicles ever go out to the pad. So it's both of those are issues in terms of establishing a tempo and launch and flight tempo, because they get in the way of increasing it as well. So we have that same, and so we're seeing this. We're seeing this same situation with Artemis II that we did with Artemis I, and I think obviously folks are hoping that we don't see it to the degree we saw with Artemis I, but I mean there has not been any. I mean this vehicle. This is the first vehicle that they've had on the pad since November 2022. That's a long time. So, yeah, and then the cadence is, I think that the Aerospace Safety Advisory Panel uses that phrase, but it whatever it's called, it's I think the initial goal, flight rate goal for the system, going back to the last decade, was at least getting to 1 flight per year. And I think a lot of people have said in this intervening time that 1 flight a year is probably considered an absolute bare minimum. But the problem is that all of the different programs, the 1 flight a year at this point, they're not close to getting to that yet. And so, yeah, it's a different, again, this is something we talked about back at the time of Artemis 1. This vehicle is essentially meant to be a finished product, especially now that you have Orion in a fully crewed configuration. They aren't planning on making huge design changes to the core stage, the boosters, or to Orion. They are going to make some upgrades and bring some additional capabilities online. Obviously, for Orion, the next spacecraft will have. They're adding full autonomous rendezvous, proximity operations, and docking capabilities. So that's hardware and software. And then 2 flights for now for SLS. They are integrating a new upper stage, but again, in theory, that the design changes that they had to make to the core stage or the boosters are minimal. It's hard to, we don't have the numbers really to say how, to completely put that in context, but this rocket is not, Starship is still in a robust prototyping phase. And so, they're getting ready to fly the first, version 3 prototype. And I believe, have already started talking about version 4. And so, I don't know that the changes from version 3 to version 4 are as broad in scope as from 2 to 3 or from 1 to 2, but it's probably still broader in scope than the type of changes that we're looking at for, like, for instance, the SLS core stage and boosters from block 1 to block 1B. So, but it does, there's the ability to fly more frequently is something that I think SpaceX has prioritized. And so this vehicle prioritizes payload performance. And so I think much above, for instance, serviceability, or, that I don't think that the lack of the inability to service this vehicle at the pad is not due to the design of the vehicle. That's more about a separate issue, but it's, all of those things, because you have all of these different players involved that have to be coordinated to fly this vehicle and to service it and maintain it and to increase its flight rate. Whereas for SpaceX, it's much more of a streamlined chain of command, and not just in terms of design philosophy, but also design priorities. And so I think you see SpaceX designing Starship for rapid reusability. This vehicle is not designed for, whether you call it reusability or not, for rapid launch, for rapid use. And forget it, don't forget about reusability, but set it aside for the moment. One of the things that rapid reusability means is rapid use, and so this system is not. The system is not there yet. It's never going to get to a level of rapidness that Starship is. So, but that even getting to once a year would probably they would benefit. There would be several benefits from getting to a annual launch cadence. But that requires all of those things that have been issues, which is the facilities have to support that, the supply chain has to support that, the workforce has to support that, and of course on top of, and then the umbrella over the top is that the stakeholders, which is mostly Congress, have to support that, and so. They haven't necessarily, the support for that has fluctuated a lot in over the last 15 years. Not necessarily, and because this is just not a priority, that's the thing. So this NASA is not a top priority for the government. And again, all you have to do is follow the money. So it is not funded as if it is a priority. It is a very high visibility program, but it does not. The visibility of the program does not match the funding commitments from government. So the problem is that the quote unquote stuff that is the highest priority for the government, things like national defense, which is obvious, are military secrets, and so we don't get to see any of that. We just have to assume that that money is being spent, and so it is even something at this scale, which is probably 2 or 3 orders of magnitude, lower funding than the military. You can still spend that efficiently. But again, the question is, what are the how broadly are the standards being applied? But that's getting off into a huge tangent. But money is a big deal, so I think that's why you don't have a. It wouldn't be rotating the Apollo service structure, the portable. That's not the right word, but yeah, the portable service structure, if you want to call it, for Apollo is called a mobile, and that's probably the best mobile. It's called the mobile service structure for Apollo. And so the reason that they don't have it is because they can't afford it. And I mean, again, it's also worth pointing out something like, if you recall in the shuttle program, hang on a sec. But one example that and so yes, they're moving again. So they whatever the issue Dave was talking about with the with a I guess power cables for one of the mini portable purge units, maybe had wasn't secured correctly, or they were nervous about that, or they just wanted to make sure that that was better secured. But as an example of how much to spend on contingency, so you could call you could call the Apollo mobile service. Well, that's not totally fair, but still, the vehicle was designed to be serviced in the vehicle assembly building. It was designed to only stay at the launch pad for a week and a half. And so the idea is that a short time at the pad, you wouldn't, the maintenance requirements should be low. And so one of the examples that it's not exactly the same, but during the space shuttle program, the shuttle program had 3 landing sites. So they had the primary landing site was Kennedy Space Center. At the end of the program, the secondary or backup site was Edwards Air Force Base, and then they had a backup landing site, White Sands Missile Range in New Mexico. But they never fully outfitted White Sands to support landings. And so if they had ever had to land at White Sands, the only time that they ever landed at White Sands, they actually moved all of the equipment at Edwards Air Force Base. So this was the 3rd shuttle flight, STS-3. They did not use that as a contingency landing site. They actually redeclared White Sands. They redesignated weeks before they lifted off White Sands to be the primary landing site and Kennedy Space Center to be the backup. And they moved a significant amount of landing equipment from Edwards Air Force Base to White Sands. And so by the time that they actually were making landing attempts, White Sands was configured that way, but they did not staff White Sands that way ever again. And there was a lot of, it would come up occasionally, but that's the question about how much money you spend on a contingency capability. And so even though there were a couple of occasions during the shuttle program where it got close to where the weather was so bad at both Kennedy Space Center and Florida and California that they couldn't land, but they never actually did. So after STS-3, they never landed at White Sands again, and so they never really used the capabilities at White Sands in a contingency scenario. And so the question is, if you had spent the money to fully staff that and keep that landing site called up, which requires then additional maintenance capabilities for service structures and staff, would that have been a good use of program budget? So it's like, that's the thing, is like, what I think the question is, the question for something like a mobile service structure for this system is, again, let's see the numbers, let's see the whole rationale. I think the concern would be that they couldn't have, there was so little well, it's not a good way of putting it because they spend a lot of money on this, but that the budget was not sufficient to even consider it. And so that's the question, I guess, really is, did they ever really seriously consider a mobile service structure for it? Or is it just not, and if it's not feasible, is it just because there's not enough money? And so that's, I think, the question. And it's not going to get answered at this point. I mean, I think unfortunately there are a lot of aspects of this program that we've already gone way past the point where it's just too little too late. And so it doesn't mean that you can't use this program, but I mean, again, like I said, I was grasping for it the other day, but I think this program is funded. Congress is funding this to preserve the capability to fly crews to the moon, but not to utilize. They don't have a capability that they can utilize to any degree. They can do it every once in a while, and we're seeing this system play out, the usage play out such that it's like you can pay me now or you can pay me later, but like this system's only really capable of being used handful of times a decade at the level of commitment that they, and the level of infrastructure that they have right now. If there's evidence otherwise, it's obvious, it's pretty hard to see. But they are moving again, and so again, big picture. But I mean, you're going to see that again. They don't have the infrastructure. So there's a couple of things here with Artemis II. So they don't have the capability to do this type of repair. How much of a possibility was it, or is it, or has it become over the years that you would have to do something like this at the pad? We're already seeing with the hydrogen leaks that's an additional potential servicing task that might become standard. Just because it's, again, you take all of the factors into consideration. It's like, well, it improves our launch availability in the narrow sense of you roll out, you tank the vehicle, and when you tank the vehicle, you can launch it. If you do this, if you add this additional work at the pad, you improve your chances of that happening. So I think that's probably the case here in the narrow sense. But then in terms of, but you don't have the infrastructure to repair anything. You don't have the infrastructure to repair. Like how much of the vehicle do you, and how much of the maintenance and serviceability do you have at the pad? Regardless of what your concept of operations was, it's sort of the difference between what you thought you had or what you thought you were designing and then the reality of using it. And so there's that. And then another dimension to the infrastructure issue that they have here is when the official launch date for Artemis IV is currently months before the official launch date for Artemis III. So Artemis III is currently after Artemis IV in terms of what we've been given for the official launch dates. Maybe I should go check, but I don't even know if there's a place I can go check what the official launch date for Artemis IV is. And so the last one we heard was September 2028, and Artemis III is now by 2028. And, again, whereas I could interpret that to be by January 1st, 2028, just as much as I could interpret that to be by December 31st, 2028. Most people seem to be buying December 31st, 2028, which is a whole quarter after September 2028. And there's not enough infrastructure at Kennedy Space Center to prepare those two vehicles at the same time. And so, or even stack one vehicle and keep it in storage for any period of time while you're doing some of the initial testing and checkout of the Artemis IV Block 1B vehicle. So what are they going to do? How much preparations for Artemis IV can they do with only one high bay to stack a vehicle in? And so there are different dimensions to the infrastructure question about this. But if you want from a big picture standpoint, it's too little, too late. If they weren't willing to spend the money up front, it's really hard to buy that they're going to spend the money now, because it'll cost significantly more money to retrofit a more capable infrastructure to service this vehicle. So we're probably going to see band-aids on these things until, for indefinitely, I guess is the best way to put it. So, and so I think they're just going to, I don't know. I mean, so besides for the hydrogen leak, that will absolutely be interesting, because I think there is still a question of what else they're going to do besides this. They have a workaround, but I don't know that that's necessarily, I don't know if that can, to what degree you can classify that as corrective actions. It's a workaround and it's effective, I suppose. Maybe we're going to find out here next month, but are they going to spend the resources to find the root cause and then actually make changes at the different levels that they need to make, not just necessarily operations or procedures or implementation, but maybe design changes to this tail service mast umbilical. So it's a weird, I'm not even really sure how to describe it, but it's a weird combination of too much and too little at the same time. But I think if you don't invest up front in infrastructure, then this is what you end up with, and you end up I think you could at least make the argument that it's a self-limiting choice, that it actually limits the capabilities of utilizing the system, which is why I say that, at least from my standpoint, this system has always been funded only to levels of preservation as opposed to levels of utilization. So you have something that you can launch, but that you can't necessarily utilize to any great degree. So the Block 1B vehicle, that Block 1B the first flight of the Block 1B vehicle will be with the fourth SLS, will be with the second mobile launcher. So it'll be the same core stage and boosters. But you will be replacing this ICPS, which is actually relatively hard to see because it's mostly encapsulated, with the exploration upper stage. The EUS has the same diameter as the core stage, so it's 8.4 meters in diameter versus ICPS is the 5.1, approximately 5.1 meters in diameter. It's good enough to get Orion to the moon, to put that control mass, which is, I guess I've now seen 26.5 metric tons, 27 metric tons through translunar injection. The Block 1B vehicle with Orion can obviously still fly Orion through that take Orion through that same translunar translunar injection trajectory, plus another 10 metric ton payload. So this vehicle, there really is no place in this vehicle, even though the launch vehicle stage adapter resembles the spacecraft launch adapter for Apollo. What's inside here is the rest of the ICPS, as opposed to a space for a secondary payload. But EUS will have that capability. Block 1B will be able to send approximately 38 metric tons. And again, so that includes the capability to actually encapsulate a payload of that 10 metric ton payload class. Block 2 with the upgraded solid rocket boosters, if they ever actually fly, the goal there is to increase the Block 1B performance by another 5 metric tons through TLI. So that would be approximately, that would be the Orion plus a 15 metric ton class payload. Same in approximately the same, well, it would be in the same volume space. And then again, in theory, you could fly this vehicle in a cargo configuration with a single primary payload, and then you would probably get a little bit of additional performance, maybe above 45 metric tons. You could fly a payload that massed that much, and you could fly with an 8.4 meter diameter fairing, as opposed to something less than that. But when the EUS will give them the capability to fly that secondary, again, a 10 metric ton class secondary payload immediately. And so on Artemis 4, that mission's supposed to fly Orion to the gateway with the International Habitation Module. So that would be the first of, I believe, 3 gateway assembly missions. So first, the IHAB would go up on Artemis 4, and then it's called the Lunar View module, which is sort of a combination cupola and refueling module, would go up on Artemis 5 to the gateway, and then on Artemis 6, an airlock module would go up on that. At least that's, again, that's a, that plan pre-existed, it existed before the cancellations that were proposed last year. And so, everything, I mean, there's some level of uncertainty about everything after this mission, Artemis II, but I'd say there's at least a little bit more certainty. But, again, who knows? I've talked about this ad nauseum. The White House at different times last year, after this administration came back into power, considered completely canceling Artemis, and then they settled on partially canceling it and only flying Artemis 2 and 3, and then keeping the name and getting rid of everything else. And now that Artemis 5 now seems to be where the debate is, but there's nothing that prevents the White House from reproposing any of that. So they could repropose. They could say, okay, Artemis 2 is going to fly here and perform that test mission. They could come back and propose ending everything and just keeping the name after Artemis 2, or they could go back to Artemis 3 like they did last year and cancel everything after Artemis 3, including the upgrades and Gateway, or they could do something else. But there's nothing that says they can't propose it. And if Congress were to agree to, they were proposing canceling existing contracts last year. So just because Congress extended them, in July, doesn't mean that the White House couldn't come back and at least say, we still think it would be better to just cancel everything before Artemis 5. So that remains to be seen as to what the White House is going to propose. I would not expect Congress to propose canceling everything before Artemis 5, but Again, it remains to be seen what the White House is going to propose for the future of the Exploration Directorate beginning in fiscal year 2027. We should see that budget in the next 3 months. But the budget process has gotten, has gotten even more, has gotten even messier in the last year and a half than it was before. So now we don't know when the budget is going. We don't know when the budget is going to be published and actually made public for fiscal year 2027. Typically, for an administration that has been in power for over a year, they would have already published their fiscal year budget for the next fiscal year by now. It's usually before the end of February. For the first year, it usually takes a couple of extra months. So I'm, we're sort of standing by on that to see how much of a food fight that's going to be this coming year. But I guess that would be the biggest. I think I said this last week, which is I think the biggest shock would be if the White House were to were to stand down and just it's not out of the question, but I will be shocked if they don't propose shortcutting. That they don't try and redraw the lines again, maybe is a good way of putting it. So we will see, but in the meantime, the money is there for them to finish the Block 1B upgrades. But I mean, that's one of the questions. We don't know what the status. We don't really know what the schedule is or the critical paths for anything except this mission that we're looking at right here. So right now, critical path is fixing the ICPS and resetting the flight termination system. And then maybe when they get back out to the pad, there's these questions that we have. But we really have next to no clue about what the critical path is for Artemis II with any level of detail. So, I mean, maybe we could say, I guess it seems like if you read the tea leaves correctly that the lunar lander is the critical path, but I mean, what exactly does that mean? Because again, we don't really even know if by 2028, how realistic that is. And so, again, there's so many questions about what HLS acceleration is. And we don't really know and then, so for each of the elements, what the critical paths are for each of the elements. For Orion, for SLS, for exploration ground systems, now you might put this tail service mast umbilical issue on their plate. Before this, we were just thinking they were going to need to refurbish the mobile launcher. But maybe now that is something that they will be working with. Obviously, the SLS program will be working with them on that, but it probably would be something that would be led at Kennedy Space Center. Maybe not. Again, it just depends on how they want to approach that. But still, that you probably would at least put that in the EGS bucket in terms of work that they need to do between Artemis 2 and 3. So there's a little more uncertainty for that. We don't know what the critical path or the schedule is for the spacesuits. Even though, again, you can make the argument for all of these elements that they're making progress. We know that Orion and SLS production is progressing. We know that HLS and lunar surface spacesuit development is progressing, but we don't have enough information to place those in context or on a calendar. And I mean, those are kind of important, especially when the goal here is the dual goals are racing the calendar and racing the Chinese. And so that's why everything after this is still, you talk about a hot mess. That's probably not completely fair because they probably have a really good idea inside, but it's obviously not encouraging that they're not willing to go on the record almost at all about what's going on right now. And so, like, again, we're so in the dark about the lunar lander. At least with the spacesuits, we know, they've got thermal vacuum testing that they need to do. We know kind of what the road is ahead of critical design review. We just don't know the schedule. We don't know the progress of the thermal vacuum testing and when they have to hit those milestones. But we don't know what the acceleration plans are for Starship, and we don't even know what the Blue Origin plan is. We have, again, Eric Berger's story for Ars Technica. I don't even know how, it wasn't that long ago, but that's all we know. And Blue Origin wouldn't even comment on the record for that story. So we're far too far in the dark to understand what's going on. And again, I don't believe that they internally are this much in the dark. And so that's not encouraging because the obvious question is why are they keeping it a secret? So, and you can say similar things about Artemis IV. So there are a lot of questions. Now that this is delayed, I'm taking a look at doing another, trying to continue doing quarterly reviews. I might be able to squeeze one in before the launch period 19 opens. Again, we'll see how things go. But just looking at, again, what we haven't gotten updates on for Artemis IV. I have not engaged European Space Agency to find out what the status is of the IHAB module, but that's obviously out there. There's obviously the initial elements themselves. The only one the only thing we have a good idea about there is the power and propulsion element because they've been at least more forthcoming about the status of their testing. We have no idea. I think the last time we got any status on Halo, I think there was something in a symposium, but again, not on the record and just published. So just word of mouth and not disseminated broadly about the status of Halo integration. The last really status we got on that was a year ago when it arrived in the Phoenix area, and we really haven't gotten an update on that. I'd asked for an update on the Gateway Logistics, the SpaceX Dragon X project. They're not ready to talk about that. And then, again, we have we have those pictures of the Artemis IV Orion service module. So we have some pictures of that. And we have some pictures of the SLS production for Artemis IV, but we don't really have a schedule for that. And then obviously the highest level question is the launch date. And I don't know that NASA has updated that either. So there's it's just a big question mark basically after this mission again. We have a general idea about plans and concepts and elements, but we have almost no details in the last 3 years. I mean, we've had, again, they never updated. They announced a delay to Artemis II on January 9th, 2024, which is over 2 years ago. And during that, they said that the gateway launch, the launch of the initial two elements, the PPE, the power and propulsion element, and the habitations and logistics outpost, that launch date was being reassessed, and then we never got an update on that. What we did get was we got the program life cycle estimate, which was that the launch was estimated to be December 2027, but then NASA at the time they released that said they would have a target date that was more aggressive, so to speak, schedule wise than December 2027. But if they've updated that, they're burying it on their website somewhere. And so the thing is, I would check some of these sites if they were updated on a regular basis, but they don't necessarily do that. So yeah, there's a lot of questions beyond Artemis II at this point. And I wonder if I go back here and see. So have they? I'm not sure whether they've stopped again or not. Let's see if we just quickly click back here. Or can I click back? I don't know if I can. No, I can't click on this right now. Oh, that's right. I forgot. This stream's not configured to be able to do a quick look back. So yeah, but this is, I guess to be fair, this is standard operating procedure for Artemis, which is to be uncertain about the future. It's not great, but it is normal. So we will see. There's in order to be up to speed or caught up on where things are would probably require like a week's worth of briefings, is what I would guess. So yeah, it does kind of look like it paused again. So. But I think this probably would be a good time. So I'm going to need to take another break anyway. And you know what? In fact, I've already gone past. I'm going to need to bump the schedule for a. So let me do this before I need to change this anyway. So I need to make a couple of maintenance updates myself. It looks like they may be moving again. So that may have been a short pause. But I think what I'm going to do here is take another 15-minute break to clean up, and then come back, and we can just continue to hang out. And if you guys have any questions when I get back, let me know. But yeah, this is I think I've kind of provided a very broad overview of sort of Artemis in general. But there is, we can talk about individual things either there or with Artemis II. And probably what I'll do when I come back is I'll go ahead and sort of take a look at just the Artemis II things and the big picture. Where are they? Obviously, they finished preparing for rollback. Rollback is in progress. What's next? When would they need to be back out at the pad at the latest in order to be able to fly at the beginning of April? But this is going to take the better part of 8 to 12 hours, and so there's plenty of time to go over that stuff. But what I'm going to do right now is I'm going to take about 15 minutes here to clean up, and then I will come back and resume commentary. But I'll go ahead and leave this up. Hopefully the NASA stream will. It looks like looks like they've reset it here, and it's been a lot more stable in the last in the last hour or so. But I'm going to go ahead and take a quick break, and I will be back in hopefully a little bit less than 15 minutes, but thereabouts. Hi, buddy. Okay, we're sort of back. It doesn't look like. Actually, looks like the crawler has not made a tremendous amount of progress in the last 15 minutes. But I'm a little bit closer to being. And Teddy's lonely, so I'm going to. Well, he's sort of out of view, but that's okay. I'm going to keep Teddy company for a little bit here. Let's see. I guess what I'll do here is I'll take a stab at this question about Orion consumables, and then maybe go back to the top, where we are today with Artemis II, rolling back to the VAB. So I don't believe the only flight batteries that they talked about besides the flight termination system batteries that they needed to replace were with the upper stage, with the interim cryogenic propulsion stage. And so they have not talked about the Orion batteries, the consumables. So things like, for instance, the propellants that were loaded on the vehicle. I can't remember what those were certified for Artemis II, but they were on the order of more than a year. So they have time before they'd run out of time. And I have a feeling that same thing with the propellants that are on the interim cryogenic propulsion stage, the attitude control system. So again, the ICPS uses hydrazine as a monopropellant. Orion crew module uses it as a monopropellant for attitude control itself. And then you have the bipropellants on the service module. So those I think are all, certainly for a 1 month delay or even a couple of month delay, are not what would you call it, constraints. And I would imagine even things like the potable water and certainly the gases on boards, those may be able to be serviced through the umbilicals to some extent, but I don't know how long. It's possible that they can do that. Even well, I don't know about potable water at the pad, but it's, I think, probably, if they're talking about early April, then they're not talking about a very long stay in the vehicle assembly building. And so the assumption would be that the food and the water, they have access to the food that's stored, so they can probably refresh those if necessary. But a lot of that is freeze dried, so it's probably close to mountaineering food, camping food that you add water to. And so that's probably good for a little while. And so especially for this, if they were to run into a much longer delay, then you might be looking at things like water and maybe food. But in terms of consumables on Orion, things like their breathing air. So mostly oxygen. They have three tanks filled with oxygen, one tank filled with nitrogen. I think those are all good for the time being, but I don't know if we have numbers on exactly how long it would be before they would need to go in and, for instance, reservice the potable water system if they can't do that through the umbilical at the on the mobile launcher. So we don't know, I think, where that is, but I would assume if they have the capability to roll back into the VAB and then roll back out, that they should be okay for the time being. But then I guess then you would wonder about if I think that I think you could kind of add to the list of questions, I suppose, which is how long we were asking about how long they could stay out at the pad when they rolled out in January, and I think that'll probably be another question. That'll be that question has to be refreshed for if the vehicle rolls out here in a couple of weeks in March, how long it can stay out at the pad this second time. So, I mean, I think those questions are going to linger until it launches to some extent. I think once it comes back out to the pad, the first thing obviously is going to be getting ready for April and then seeing how that goes. And then obviously if we get to a launch attempt, that's where the focus is going to be. And then, all of these questions about refreshing consumables or the lifetimes for the stacked boosters, the wet life for the ICPS hydrazine, for the Orion service module, hypergolics, same thing for the Orion crew module hydrazine. Those come in, those I think would come back up if we get into another extended delay like we're in right now. So, but that's kind of in the absence of hard data. I think they were prepared for a number of months once they loaded, especially the propellants, because that was back in the summertime. But things like water and I think the last thing they loaded was nitrogen, but that was just, again, trying to get things done as quickly as possible and support that early January or mid-January rollout. So, but they do have some time, I think, to persist with the existing consumables on board Orion. And it is, I think, probably another thing that weighs into that is that this flight is only a week and a half long, and Orion is rated for twice that with a full 4-person crew. So that may be a part of some of those calculations. So unfortunately, Teddy, let's see I wonder, where can I stick you? All right, buddy. I know you would prefer for me to hold you for the rest of your life. I'm going to put you down for a sec. All right, here, you go over there, and I'm gonna have to get another chair. Nope, that's not a good place for that. Try not to knee you. All right, bud. Neither of us are on camera, so this is probably a good time to just put the vehicle on camera. Okay, so I'll just adjust the microphone. And so kind of going from the top here. Actually, I can bring this up over here. I'll leave the vehicle on the screen for the most part. And it looks like they're still parked, at least temporarily, on hold. So I guess we can go ahead and do this. Nope, that's the wrong page. So let me go back to the top here. So we're rolling back, and so the big question is, when are they going to be ready? Can they be ready by launch period 19, which begins in early April? This is this sort of speculative calendar where I'm trying to figure out where what we know for sure is that this is the period of time where launch period 19 is, the first approximately week of April, and they're going to need upwards of 2 weeks when they get back out to the pad. And then you need to probably add in some, you can take away some time for things like the solid rocket booster hydrazine servicing, which they probably do not need to do. Pardon me, I have a little bit of breakfast repeating on me. But then they're also probably, I know everybody else is thinking that they want to consider mitigating this possibility of hydrogen leaks on the vehicle, having started rolling back to the VAB and then having to come all the way back out. If they're going to resurface the umbilical plates, does that mean they also need to do a tanking test, and how elaborate of a tanking test they need to do? Regardless, really the preparations for that are still going to take some extra time. And so they may need more than, or they may need around 2 weeks, give or take. And so 2 weeks, if you back up 2 weeks from April Fool's Day, from April 1st, you're looking at kind of middle of March. And so maybe that, we are last week of February. So they probably aren't going to really be able to get started on work until tomorrow in earnest. And that leaves them a little bit of this last week and the better part of maybe 2 weeks in the vehicle assembly building. I think I've now seen some guesstimates of less time than that, but really have not seen all of it laid out. If they really were talking about these three things, which is whatever repairs they need to do on the pneumatic system for the ICPS, doing the flight termination system, refresh and reset. So replacing batteries in that system, and then doing repeating the end-to-end test. Let me see if I have that picture up still. Yes. So the end-to-end test is testing that, the range safety officer, this is the traditional non-automated system, that the signals can get all the way up to the point in the system where the destruct charges are. But obviously you don't want to go all the way. You disconnect the ordnance to do that. And then after they've completed this test successfully, that will restart that 28 and 35 day clock, and they can then reconnect the ordnance, and that will be an activity that will be when they're reconnecting the ordnance, or perhaps even when they're disconnecting them, they will have to clear an area around the vehicle and perhaps even the whole vehicle assembly building to do that. But and then they also talked about replacing some batteries on the ICPS as well. If they were only to do those things, then perhaps they weren't talking about that much time to do that same work out of the pad using those contingency pad access platforms. So for the FTS part of it. So I think the open-ended question, they should have schedules for replacing the ICPS flight batteries, for doing the flight termination reset. So then the question becomes, how much time do they need to repair ICPS? And we have not got an estimate about all that yet. So, but then that's the overview, is how much service and maintenance work do they need to do in the VAB? What is it, buddy? And then when they go back out to the pad, that might take that's going to take another day or so, and you have to consider weather. They had to wait an extra day to roll back because of weather. See what's the weather look like when they're ready to roll back, and then how much work do they need to do at the pad, and in particular, what are the extras they need to do, if any? What do they decide to choose to do? Again, this is looking at this a little bit more detail. Oh, all right. hang on a sec, bud. So Teddy, I'm going to have to pause because Teddy is overheating. Hang on, buddy. I think we need to. Yeah. All right, buddy. You're going to have to go. All right. One moment, please. Here, one sec. This is at least, I'm guessing this eventually will be a better, whoops. This is that's a better view, at least temporarily. All right, come on, buddy. Sorry about that. Okay, kind of. So they'll need to extend a series of platforms around the. I'm going to have to switch. I'll go ahead and bring that graphic up for grins. Or try to. So they'll need to extend probably all of these. There's a set of them around the ICPS and launch vehicle stage adapter, which is right here. And then there's a set. There's platform F will give them access to the same places that the contingency pad access system will give them access to, which are the forward skirts of the solid rocket boosters and the core stage intertank. And so when they get back in, they'll set down on the pedestals, and then they will begin extending those platforms, and then they have to set up another set of scaffolding and platforms around the vehicle to get full access inside. And then they have to open up the flight doors and go inside, and then they will also have to set up internal temporary work platforms to safely get access to all of those things on the vehicle. But these are things that they've gone through these procedures several times now. So it looks like they've started rolling again. So yes, they do have access to this. I'm trying to think of, there are several. I wonder if we can see them on this. You can see some of the access doors. It looks like, one of them is in view. So this one here, and I've got this thing is 2, but that you see that sort of dark circle. And then there's another one over here that's kind of out of view, but there are a lot of access doors on the launch vehicle stage adapter. I think it's somewhere in the neighborhood of like half a dozen of them. There's a lot of them, I think, perhaps on the other side. But I did have a video. Let me see if I can get to it. I'll be the other way. And this is back when it was just the SLS stacked in. There we go. So this is the platform C. platform C, platform D, platform E. And you can see some of the scaffolding up here for ICPS. This is around the only thing that sticks out is the liquid hydrogen tank, but there are some servicing ports around the what do they call those? I think they're called adapters. They are on exploration upper stage, but they perhaps need some access to some of those for additional servicing. But then you can see this is one of the flight doors, or one of the doorways. And of course, at this point, the doors are off. And in this picture, this is back in the summertime. But this is what they'll be doing: is they'll be extending these platforms around the. This is the forward score to the core stage, and then the LVSA, and then the ICPS. But they'll be extending these. They'll be setting up these additional platforms here. They'll be opening up those doors. They'll be setting up internal platforms, which are kind of like the ship in a bottle thing, where you have to go in and set them up that way, because the access doors really are that small. Although it probably doesn't look that small when you're up against them, but still, that's, you can see the size of some of these platforms out here. Those don't go, those have to go in pieces. So yeah, they should have access to all of that. They should have access to, they should have access to around the circumference of the ICPS. And they may even have some idea. They probably do have some idea about the location of the issue. Trying to think if I have, and so this is going back to the lift. This is going back even farther. So this is back like April, late April. But I wanted to see if I can. Probably should just get a still, but this is not. But this is the, okay, it did stop. All right. So these are some of the helium bottles, and they go all the way around the circumference. And this is this mid-body structure that attaches you can see the bottom of the liquid hydrogen tank. And then you can see the forward dome of the liquid oxygen tank. And then you have these V struts, or I'm not sure what they're called on ICPS, that attach it's part of the mid body of the stage. And so they've mounted these helium bottles to the sort of, I don't know if the mounts on those are part of the struts or not. They may be, but then you also have, you can kind of see some of the tubing for the, pressurization and purge and just, general main propulsion system operations. So the other thing that helium is used for, I believe, for this pneumatic system is valve actuation for the engine, and probably also for the rest of the main propulsion system as well. So they should have access to, and I'm not sure if we can see it when they try lowering it down here, but if you look, let me see if they pan down far enough here. I think they're trying not to show you that much of the of the inside of the launch vehicle stage adapter, unfortunately. So I guess there's some stuff that they get nervous about from a. Well, that's okay, I guess. But you can see in this shot, you can see several. So this is the obvious flight door opening, but then you can see one here and a little bit here. And there's others as well. So these ones are right up at the top of the launch vehicle stage adapter, and then this one's down, towards the closer to where it attaches to the core stage. So they have several locations. They'll go in and they'll set up platforms, and then get access to that. And I mean, we'll just have to see if they know. If they how well they understand at least the location of where this is, so maybe they don't have to set everything up in there, or whether they can go after something relatively quickly, because the more work, the more infrastructure that they set up inside and outside and around on the platforms, the longer it's going to take to break all of that back down and get back into a rollout configuration. So interestingly, it's one of the questions that I was hoping to ask, a couple of days before launch, because that's when all of the subject matter experts for the different programs are available, is what covers the LVSA flight doors in terms of thermal protection, if anything, because originally we'd seen them with, let me go back to the live shot. We'd seen the LVSA, the first one before it ever was stacked on the vehicle, with foam over the doors. But then you can see that this is a darker color when you look at these. When you look at the flight doors in stills up close, it doesn't look like they have. It certainly doesn't look like they have any foam on them. And so I'm not sure if they have what type of thermal protection they have, if any, other than, again, it might be that the doors are made of a particular type of material, or they could have a coating on them. The reason that the launch vehicle stage adapter has foam on it is they just chose to use that. It's not to insulate cold temperatures inside a tank from the ambient temperatures outside. It's thermal protection for friction heating, for aerodynamic friction heating as the vehicle rises through the atmosphere. So they just chose to do that. So, but the question is, what is that then? What are the doors made of? I would still like. So Dave, if you know of any documentation for what that is, I'd love to see it, because I was never able to talk with Teledyne Brown Engineering or with anybody from the SLS program about this. And it isn't, if they put it in a press kit, great, but I don't know that they necessarily have. So I have not seen it documented. I am looking for something official, a either primary source or something closer to a primary source on what those doors are, since they're different than what we saw. Back in what? I saw the Artemis I flight article in 2016. At Marshall before they put foam on it. But we did see they went, at some point they went from either posting the from foaming the flight doors to coming up with different flight doors for the vehicle. So but let me see, if just kind of going back to, that's somewhat of a trivia question in terms of what's going on. But anyway, again, in terms of the big picture, what are they going to be doing? What are they going to be doing in the VAB, and how long is it going to take? And then obviously that leads into, when are they going to roll back out, and how much time does that give them in front of April 1st? With that being the next feasible opportunity for the launch vehicle to be ready, for the vehicle to be ready to fly. Is April 1st. That's the combination of, that's the first launch window opportunity that we could expect the vehicle to be ready to fly. But we still, again, have these questions about details and how long they're going to be in the VAB, and then how much work do they have at the pad when they get back out there. So, and so speaking of that, so then when they get back out to the pad, they basically are going to have to redo everything that they undid beginning on Saturday night, which is they'll have to reconnect all the services. They'll have to do the pad validation testing. They'll have to reconnect the emergency egress system slide wires and then run the baskets up there, and then possibly do some tests just to make sure that the system is working correctly. And then they're going to, but I haven't seen anything. I don't know that this is SLAW. I can't remember what number designation of SLAW they used on the external tank doors. It's possible it is, but nobody said anything, and so it's not documented. So that's the point, is what is, show me. I'm not Dave, but the program needs to document that. Well, they don't need to, but I mean, to me, I have not seen anything definitive that documents what that is. And the thing is that the slaw material looked like had sort of a foam. What did they call it? Rind. They call the texture of the foam after it's set like a rind. And at least on the ET doors, I could have swore seeing a close up of it where it looked like it had kind of that same kind of material, and this doesn't look like it does. So, but it just needs to be. Well, again, I'm using the word need in terms of, for me, I would prefer to have something definitive rather than, well, it looks like slaw. But again, so when they get back out to the pad, they're going to have to do all of the things that they were going to do in the pad flow, with the exception of the solid rocket booster hydrazine servicing. It seems like, again, given the time, they didn't stop to detank those tanks, so they're still essentially configured for flight. So when they get back out to the pad, they won't have to repeat that. But then we have these questions again: are they going to do anything to mitigate the chances of a hydrogen leak from the tail service mast umbilical, since they're in the midst of starting this round trip from the pad to the VAB and back? Are they going to remate those umbilicals, and are they going to do a tanking test? So those questions are still open. And then there's the countdown demonstration test part 2. I don't know that they had time, given what happened after the first wet dress rehearsal. I don't know that they ever did that, but it's possible they did. I don't know that it was expected to take even a whole day's worth of time with the flight crews to do that walk down. It was not going to be a dry dress rehearsal. It was just going to be a walk down and just another familiarization test of where all of the systems are on the mobile launcher, and the whole movement from Orion through the white room across the swing arm, and then going to the baskets and just going through the entire emergency procedures. And again, being able to see everything and put your hands on it, that kind of stuff. But I don't know if they've done that yet. And so then, these are the questions that sort of these standing questions we have, which is, can they be ready by April 1st? What broke on the ICPS and how bad is it? Even though, again, we're certainly getting the vibes that, we aren't getting any vibes about what broke, but we are getting the vibes are that it's not bad. But again, let's see. They did say that they're going to reset the flight termination system in the VAB, so that question's been addressed. But then the rest of these questions, again, mitigating the possibility of a hydrogen leak when they get back out to the pad by doing what they did after the first wet dress rehearsal. And then if you do that, would you then validate or verify that by doing a tanking test again after that? And do you have enough time to do that between the time you roll out and April 1st? And then the last one is maybe a little bit more of a programmatic question, but when, and they may not have an answer for this yet. They're going to have to schedule. It's going to be scheduled possibly based on completing at least a partial tanking test, if not a full. They could, I suppose, opt to do a full wet dress rehearsal again, but they probably won't necessarily schedule that. But having said that, I would not be surprised if they have an internal. They either have all of these options mapped out with flight readiness reviews on those options and calendars. So, we'll just have to see. Right. So Dave's going through, and that's a good point, and that's a good distinction. So, the there were some areas on the fairings that were done with this thing called, so I think it was super lightweight ablative material. I probably have a reference for that. And then it is the thing is that the intertank access door for the shuttle external tank, right? I don't think I think he's correct. There's certainly at least one that had no thermal protection on it, but then the difference between the shuttle ET intertank access door and the LVSA is the LVSA is going to see some level of aero heating, certainly more than the ET intertank door would, or for that matter, the SLS Block 1B interstage, which I'm being told is also not going to have any thermal protection system on it. It's just going to have paint. So again, the issue is that all of the shuttle materials are documented. This material, so all of the shuttle materials were in thermal protection and flight configurations were documented by shuttle during shuttle. The SLS materials and thermal protection system configuration has not fully been documented by SLS yet. So, and specifically, I don't, again, maybe they have been now, but I have not seen any of that reference material. And in particular for these specific launch vehicle stage adapter doors. But I mean, it is, we are talking severe trivia here to a great degree, but it's just one of those things where we know what the other thermal protection materials are and some of the other things. And so it's just for, as a matter of completeness and other things, but for sure, I think everything else is either documented or I have references for them, either seeing them up close and asking somebody directly, or which is what I want to do. Hopefully when we get down to an launch minus 3 days, launch minus 2 days, that's when I've been requesting somebody who can talk about the launch vehicle stage adapter, to get something more definitive than nothing. It looks like this or looks like that, because the shuttle stuff is all documented, but the SLS stuff is not. So that's what I'm looking for. So in terms of sort of servicing and maintenance, they have typically the same thing for most of the access doors on the rest of the vehicle, certainly the solid rocket boosters and the core stage and the launch vehicle stage adapter. They have ground doors that they put on and take off frequently, and then they have flight doors that they, as the name implies, you install them for flight, and then and then you launch. And so they call them GSE doors, ground support equipment. Those typically have a red coloring on them, and or yellow for the solid rocket booster doors. But what they'll do is they'll probably take the flight doors and put them in a safe place so they don't get damaged. And then when they're ready to roll out again, those will go back on. But these doors in particular, if they don't have any thermal protection system on them, may not need a lot of extra work. But in terms of handling, taking them on, putting them off, there's probably some touch-ups around the circumference where the doors go in. When they take them off, they might have to put a little bit of elbow grease in there to get them off or put them back on. And so there may be some, detailing or touch-ups that they need to do to the foam around that. And around the other things around the solid rocket boosters have thermal protection on them too as well. It's just harder to see, but they'll be taking off those doors on the forward skirts for the solid rocket boosters. They'll be taking off at least one intertank access door for the core stage, and then probably multiple doors for the launch vehicle stage adapter. So I mean, I'm sure there will be a little bit of touch-ups, but I don't think those are probably the kinds of things that they can take care of in a single shift when they're done. So, install the flight doors, and this is right before you roll out, perhaps, and then you do these little touch-ups with a handheld spray for foam or the room temperature vulcanizer material for some of the other weather seals that go on around the vehicles. It'll just depend on where what access and what what they need to do to get the doors off in the first place. So, but that's kind of, and it's hard to tell. It's hard to tell how much it's moving right now. It does seem like they're going a little slower at the beginning of this roll than when they rolled out. So they may be having some issues with the Dave reported that earlier that they were having an issue with I guess they didn't like the way that the power cables for one of the purge units was it didn't look like it was configured safely or properly, and so they went and fixed that. But I don't know what the problem. We don't know what issues they're having with the in terms of more interruptions in the roll. I'm just looking to see if there are any other updates. To see if I can find a picture of Well, that's not a good. I guess for the time being, we'll just. So if you guys have any, if you guys have any questions, let me know. I mean, I guess we are getting, we're sort of, we are getting to the point where we're just kind of watching. And so, we'll see, maybe it might make sense to take an extended break, and I can set up another stream here, but I can certainly hang on for, I can hang on here for a little while, maybe for another half hour or so. So that would be till what, 2 p.m. Eastern, 11 a.m. Pacific. If anything else develops. And so, yeah, if anybody has any questions, go ahead and throw them in there. I think it has gotten a little slower. I guess I can. I could probably. I think only there were a couple of rollbacks for Saturn V, but I guess it depends on whether you would count the facility vehicle. But at the beginning of the sort of pad campaigns, they rolled the 500F facility vehicle out to the pad, and I think it was in 1966. Pardon me, and they had to roll that back for Tropical Storm. But then the only other time and so whether you count that as an interruption that was not a flight vehicle. And so then the Apollo 16 vehicle did roll back in, I believe it was January 1972. So it only rolled back once. And that was because of, they had done something. There was an accident in terms of configuring the Apollo, something in the Apollo service module, and so they had to roll back to repair that. And so, very big picture, it's the same kind of an issue here, but it was one of the things that they could not service at the pad. But I mean, the mobile service structure for Apollo gave them much greater capability to service. It was much more like the fixed service structures for shuttle at the pad, and the shuttle would stay, as a matter of practice, would roll out to the pad for around 3 weeks, give or take, of work at the pad. And so some of the test and checkout that they did of the shuttle vehicles was done at the pad, whereas the idea here was with SLS and Orion was to do minimal test and checkout. And I don't think they actually were going to do any test and checkout of this vehicle at the pad. The only thing that they were going to do was service the solid rocket booster hydrazine, and then the rest of the work is really just hooking it up to the pad services, and then countdown preps, and then you have a 2-day long countdown, and you launch. That was the intent. And I'm trying to think of. I'm just going to go see if I can find the NASA did do a history, 50 years of history, and so I'll bring it up here, or at least attempt to bring it up here. I lost the screen again. So there's a good picture in here. I think this is it. If I can. Because what's nice about it is you can see the mobile service structure in the background here at the park site. And so this is the Apollo 16 vehicle being rolled back. And according to this time tag, it's January 27, 1972. So Yeah, I don't know. And so this was the only flight vehicle that was ever rolled back after it rolled out to the pad, um, that I'm aware of. And so even the 500F vehicle, that was not a flight. That was not a flight vehicle. So this was what, this is the 511 vehicle, I think. So the 513 vehicle launched Skylab, and then which the Apollo 17 would have been the 512 vehicle, if I have the numbers right, which I might not. I'm just sort of again trying to pull on. I'm a little better at shuttle trivia, severe shuttle trivia versus severe Apollo trivia, because I was just barely alive when this happened. But okay, it looks. I think, is it rolling again? I think it is. So then I don't know whether we're going to see. I don't know. I mean, I think the question. So the question is, do you think we'll see more pad infrastructure by Artemis III? I think. I don't think they have the time or the money to do it by then, even though we could be talking about almost 3 years. The contingency pad access system was part of that. So that you can certainly cite that as an example of more pad infrastructure, but that was something that they came up with 2 years ago. And so I don't know exactly when they made the decision to do that, but it would have been either late 2023 or early 2020. It's probably late 2023. So I don't know what else they can do though. And again, that it took some time to field that and to go through the process of doing that. Maybe it's possible that those structures were ready. Well, in fact, they probably were ready last year. I don't know exactly when, but it's in order to do something more elaborate, they would need to spend money. And then again, it's hard not to think of this as it is too late to be trying to retrofit infrastructure here. There are some things that they could do, I think, that would be reasonable, but it already might be too late. So I think you can make the argument that well, you can absolutely make the argument that the most economical time to build your infrastructure is at the very beginning of the program. But they only, to be fair, they only ever did that for Apollo, and then they've basically tried to use the Apollo infrastructure with additional costs for the last 50 years, let's call it. So when Mr. Isaacman says they're going to try and reduce rollbacks, there are, again, the system was designed. The intent was obviously not to roll back. I think the intent was to improve improve launch cadence and improve you just get more repetitions that the pad flows will go more smoothly. And so I'm just trying to think of the pad flow for this vehicle when it rolled out in January. They did most of the same things. They did some crew access arm swing tests because that hydraulic system had been upgraded for crew. But that, I don't know how much that adds time to the pad flow. The emergency egress system was new, but they tested that extensively before they stacked this vehicle on the mobile launcher. And I mean, I think the rest of the work was mostly standard pad flow. And I'm willing to give them the credit for the fact that they were ready to, they were able to They were able to get the vehicle ready to count down for a wet dress. They would have been able to support a tanking day for the first wet dress of January 31st, which would have been after only 2 weeks at the pad. So that's obviously more than the maybe the 1 week at the pad that they'd hoped to get to at some point. But then again, this is the first time that they've done this with this crew. This is still a crewed demonstration. So Artemis 1's the uncrewed demo for this system, and Artemis 2 is the crewed demo. But so this is the first time that they'd gone through that with the vehicle itself. So you could make the argument that they can do this with more reps, that they will get better at it, and they'll be able to do it more time efficiently. But I think that the idea is that you can use the hydrogen, the workaround, that at least what I'm calling workaround, which is you could use that to reduce the need to roll the vehicle back. But there is always going to still be the risk that something that you exceed the time or the cycle for a particular part, and it just breaks. And so if you're just looking at what happened with the ICPS, whatever it turns out to be, I wouldn't expect, if you were to have another part on the next ICPS also break, I think you're probably still looking at a rollback. But I think there are methods that they could talk about where they're reducing the risk of rollback without that don't have to do with actual physical infrastructure, like the Apollo mobile surface structure or the shuttle, the fixed service structures for shuttle that were at the pad, the what they called the fixed service structure, the access tower, and then the rotating service structure that was attached to that. So Crawler Transporter 1 still exists. I don't know whether they use it for, I'm not sure if it's used for crawlerway maintenance or it's certainly not used for this. It was never upgraded. And so again, this is another one of those examples of unfunded infrastructure that exists, but it does not really support. I don't know how Crawler Transporter 1 supports exploration ground systems. It's a part of exploration ground systems. It's a government asset, but I don't know how it supports. It doesn't support these rolling the mobile launcher or empty or a loaded vehicle. They only upgraded CT2 to do that. And I don't believe that is probably an example of something that might be quote unquote affordable. But then you get into this question of, the White Sands example that I gave, where what's the assessment of how much you would need to use it? How often would you use a second crawler transporter if you don't have a requirement for having two vehicles stacked at the same time? They certainly don't have the infrastructure for that. In shuttle, they needed both of those because they had the need to, they had several times they had actually had shuttle vehicles on both of those pads when they were both still shuttle pads at the same time. It wasn't that often, but it did happen. In that case, if you had a hurricane, you would need two crawlers and both of them to be active in order to support rolling those back under circumstances like that. So it's possible that they could get away with a single crawler for even if they had two stacking integration cells, stacking/integration cells. So again, in the hypothetical that I don't think is going to happen of renovating high bay 1. I mean, I think that the problem is even if you snapped your fingers and suddenly gave them a significant amount of money to do that, how fast can they do that? How fast could they even make high bay 1 a storage cell, like a hurricane shelter? Like high bay 2 was turned into a shuttle hurricane shelter around the turn of the century. So they had the ability to stack. They had 3 mobile launcher platforms, so they could, in theory, have 3 stacks. And then they had the hurricane shelter in high bay 2 that they could park a vehicle that was, either a partial stack or a full stack. But they don't have anything like that for a second SLS vehicle. So there's not really a, so that's the thing. And again, that they never, they've never funded this vehicle, for anything for even moderate utilization. Because I think again that even this, it's arguable when this system is going to reach an annual cadence. And again, you wonder, considering the way things have gone, how, again, what was the priority for that? So it obviously looks like the crawler has resumed the roll, and you can see it is crossing the face of the Launch Pad 39B liquid oxygen storage sphere. So when they had the camera tightened down on the pad, we could not see this, but that is where the liquid oxygen storage sphere and pumps are, in the northwest corner of the pad area. And so yeah, it's just the infrastructure thing is just one of those. It's again one of those oddities, because you see the same thing. If you can talk about either building out the infrastructure for this system and spending additional money on that, Congress has never wanted to do that, or you could talk about spending additional money on HLS, on the lunar landers, and on equipment for Gateway for but again, so if you look at Gateway, there are no plans or funded plans for a U.S. habitation module. There were originally, it was at least a concept of having an international hab module and a U.S. hab module for Gateway, but this is another one of those things that they're not willing to fund. So it's just an odd, and of course nobody wants to talk about it because it sort of highlights this sort of there's just the vibe of that when you dig into it is just weird. But having said that, you could also say it's a 50-year-old vibe. So this is the way that NASA's been funded most of its existence. So Apollo is the exception that proves the rule in a way, because it only happened for 5 years out of the whatever. This will be next year, I think, will be 58. So 2028 will be the 70th anniversary of NASA. So, I mean, those numbers keep stacking up. So, and again, to be fair, if you go back and look at the economic situation for the U.S. in the early 60s, the first half of the 1960s, that you could probably call that peak or close to peak government and post-war, the post-war situation, you might call it that. And so the situation now is just a lot more. I don't know what that. Not sure what they're. Not sure what that dust or. It could just be. It could just be dust and dirt from the roads. So, trying to think if there's anything else. I mean, we could. So, while we have time, I could probably look at. I'll leave that up and see if I can find something else, or we could. We can zoom out again and talk about Artemis in a little bit more general terms if I can find. Well, that's a good way to do it, I guess. Oh, it killed the screen again. So you can sort of see down here, you can see the crawlerway again over here. So maybe that's, I think maybe that would be. I think probably the thing to do maybe for a little while is to, things have gotten maybe a little slow. I guess what might make sense to do here is to take a little break, and then I can spin up. I should probably, before I go, let me just make sure, see where we are here with. Not a lot of updates elsewhere right now, so well, okay. I guess here's what I'm thinking then for the time being is I certainly don't mind just kind of hanging out here, but what I'll probably do here is I'll go to the top of the hour here for till 11 a.m. Pacific, 2 p.m. Eastern, and then take another 15 minutes break, and then we can just we can talk about what I was thinking was to go into, but we can start. We could take a look at. We can take a look at Artemis 3 and Artemis 4 and some of the bigger picture questions. And so this is a slide I did for, again, you can see it's already outdated because Artemis 2, the dates have changed. But, this is the unfortunate thing. This is, all of these questions are basically still questions at this point. And but we can come back and do that. I can come back and go through that and take questions. But I think for the time being, what I'll do is we'll just keep an eye on the rollback. And I'm still kind of waiting. I know NSF, NASA Spaceflight, is doing their own live stream. And we'll just have to see what we'll see if I'm going to do a shift over there or not. So, and when. But I can sort of leave this up. I'll just leave this up for the time being, and then take about 15 minutes. And if anybody has any questions, throw those in chat, and we can either talk about Artemis 2 or we can talk about Artemis in general and And we have, we've got the questions about Artemis II that we're waiting to get some updates on, and then obviously there's the whole larger set of questions about Artemis 3 and Artemis 4 and beyond, and anything else. And I don't know whether again it's Wednesday. This is the hump day, so to speak. I don't know that we've seen anything else. This is kind of, I know there's other NASA things going on. I think there was a statement released about the Crew 11 issue, but that's not really Artemis. And it's really more of a personal medical thing. So I'm just taking a quick peek here to see if anything else is anything even sort of bigger picture, either NASA or General Artemis. But I don't know that I'm seeing anything in particular. So this appears to still be the news of the day for Artemis anyway. And so that, I think that's what we can do is we can just sort of I can run through, especially since it's been harder to take a look at the big picture for the other missions. We're now, this is we're getting to the end of the second month of the year, and the focus has really been very strongly on Artemis II for the first 2 months of the year. Now, having said that, it doesn't mean that the questions that are out there for Artemis 3 and those elements and Artemis 4 for those are not, since we're sort of starving for any information about plans after Artemis 2, those questions are relatively obvious. And so we can go through that. I was showing you that slide that has not materially changed, other than that Artemis 2 is now I think officially slipped into the very beginning of the second quarter of 2026, no earlier than April 1st. And so that would mean that's the beginning of the second quarter of the year. So I'll just go ahead. What I'll do is I'll go ahead and just I'll go ahead and take a little bit of a break here at the top of the hour. We're basically at the top of the hour, and take a look around and see if there's anything else, any other information out there. It does look like the vehicle is the crawler is starting to make better progress on the crawler way. And so I'll come back in about 15 minutes or so, or after, after I got enough of a break here, and we can talk about, if you have questions, put them in chat. But otherwise we can just kind of do a little bit of a bigger picture recap of where things are. To put this in a little bit more context, because there's, I don't think that anything that's happening with Artemis II is necessarily delaying. You can call this is a setback for the Artemis II schedule for sure, but it does not really impact any of the work on Artemis III. It might add a little bit, but it doesn't slow down any of the work either on production of the next SLS and Orion units, or any of the development of the lunar lander or lunar spacesuits. And those missions, we have a lot of, we as for as many questions as we have about what's going to happen in the next 6 weeks for this vehicle, I'd say we have even more. There's an even more disappointing level of uncertainty about everything after Artemis II. And so we can go through that. We can go through that a little bit here in a few minutes, but I'll take a quick break, relatively quick break. And but I'll just go ahead and throw this BRB thing back up for the time being, but I'll come back in about 15 minutes. So right now we're watching the Artemis II vehicle roll back from pad 39B to the vehicle assembly building. And hopefully it will be returning to the pad in the next couple of weeks, maybe a little bit longer. And they're trying to reset for a possible launch as soon as the beginning of April. just about ready. I'm kind of getting set up for. I am going to be doing some part of the NSF NASA space flight live stream. Still trying to find out a time for that exactly. Okay. Probably it's still a couple of hours away. So, but it's still getting. I'm grabbing a couple of things here. So I'm going to go back to the full screen for a minute here, and I'll BRB without the sign. I did not catch whether that was a school bus, a tour bus. I guess it's possible, but I also think they would be rerouted at this point. So what will be interesting is to see, and I don't know if I'll have to go check and see, which I can do, if NASA put up, if they're going to just use this live stream. It should be possible to switch cameras since they did that before. But I mean, it is possible they'll just continue to use this YouTube stream and then switch to, either a camera up on OSB2, or they could even use the OTV camera system if they wanted to, but that would probably require a little bit more active production. So I'm sort of keeping an eye on the NSF, make sure that I don't get too close to that. So what I'll do is, if that tentative time holds, probably what I'll look at doing is, I'll probably look at taking this stream to about 4 p.m. Eastern, 1 p.m. Pacific. So we can continue to do. But it'll be interesting to see if they'll keep this camera view up as it gets close, and then maybe even makes the turn. It looks like it's making has to make a little bit. There it has to do a little bit of turning here, a little bit of cornering, so to speak. I'm gonna just take a look at the crawlerway again on a map just to see if that's where they are. So it makes it look a lot. It makes it look the camera angle, but maybe just also because of the camera angle and because of the scale, that looks like a pretty sharp turn. Oops. I'll try and keep that. But I guess we can go since I can recap again for. I'll just do a quick recap of where we are. Well, I can do that for the moment. So they're rolling back to fix the issue with the interim cryogenic propulsion stage. It has something to do with the pneumatics in the main propulsion system, which is that uses helium. They use helium for tank pressurization. They use it for purging lines, and they also, I believe, use it for valve actuation. And so then in addition to the questions about what broke on ICPS, the question is going to be how long are they going to be in the VAB for that maintenance and for reservicing of a few other things. They've mentioned replacing some of the ICPS flight batteries, and they've also mentioned that they're going to reservice and retest the flight termination system while they're in the vehicle assembly building. So whether that means what that means is about how long they're going to be in the VAB, it's still hard to tell. They have not provided any context there about how long they think that's going to take, even a preliminary estimate. But once they're done with that, they will reconfigure the vehicle for flight and roll back out to the pad, and then they will have at least a couple of weeks, give or take, to configure the vehicle for tanking and launch. And so then the questions are about these are the things that they've talked about in the VAB, are doing the ICPS repairs and perhaps some troubleshooting and analysis or forensics when they actually open it up and take a look, replace some of the ICPS flight batteries, and then do the flight termination system reset. And then there's obviously a question about, is there anything else? Would they touch the tail service mast umbilical plates in the VAB, or would they leave those alone until they get back out to the pad? And then when they're back out at the pad, there's a set number of things that they would do in a pad flow. The one thing that they don't have to repeat is to reservice the solid rocket booster hydraulic system hydrazine tanks, because I don't believe that they deserviced them. So they filled them for flight, and then a lot of times if they know that if they planned on rolling back, which was not the case in this case, then they would offload those tanks because of the toxic propellant that's monopropellant on there. But they did not do that this time, and that will save them a little bit of time when they come back out to the pad. But then there's the question of, again, what are they going to do with the LH2 tail service mast umbilicals about those plates? Are they going to do what they did after the wet dress rehearsal, which was to disconnect them, replace the quick disconnect seals, and then reconnect them and retest all of those connections because there's more connections than just the two liquid hydrogen lines, the fill and drain line and the LH2 bleed line. And then if they do that, will they do a tanking test, and what kind of tanking test will they do? Will they do a partial load of only the core stage liquid hydrogen tank, or would they, or that's maybe on one end of the spectrum, and then on the other end of the spectrum would be a full wet dress rehearsal, just like they did last week. And then there could be something or some things or some options in between that as well. And then I have the countdown demonstration test part 2, just because we had not heard whether they did that, but I think that's just there to try and be, for completeness' sake. That would not be a critical path activity. So I think that's, and so then again, these are those questions. Do they have enough time to be ready for launch period 19, which is the one that opens in early April? And here's again just kind of a looking at the calendar. Here we are, last week of February. This is today, the 25th. The launch period 19 opportunities are in the first 6 days of April. The one day that is not, that would be cut out would be April 2nd, but otherwise they have opportunities on the 1st and then the 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th. And if they needed to assume, I think obviously the more time, if they have more than 2 weeks, that will give them some flexibility and some margin. If they have less, we did. All right. Let me see. Well, interesting. So okay, let me, so the YouTube studio is freaking out. So let's just, for grins. Okay, let me see if I close it, if I close that and come back, because it doesn't make sense to do a lot of this if nobody can see or hear me. All right, well, maybe just had a little bit of a sluggishness there. Okay, so anyway, again, if they need a little bit more than 2 weeks, then that puts them, out here in this, the middle of March. And so 2 weeks exactly would be the 18th. And so the closer they are to, the earlier in this week, or maybe even earlier than that, if that's possible, would be better, would give them more contingency time in case there's weather that, they could have severe weather for, spring storms or storms when you're transitioning from winter to spring. They may need some extra time to deal with that than maybe in January or February, even though those might be cold months. They might be a little bit easier to deal with than severe weather. So the more time they have, the more flexibility they will have, and the more margin they'll have to deal with issues like weather. And so really the one question that is answered at this point is they are going to reset the flight termination system in the vehicle assembly building. So that question has kind of been has been answered. And so the question is, what are they going to do to mitigate the risk of a hydrogen leak, having with the intent of making a round trip from the pad to the VAB and back? And then if they do service and maintenance on the umbilical plates, do they do a tanking test? And then that last question is just when will the flight readiness review take place? Because they do have to do that, and they talked about that right after the second wet dress rehearsal, that's a multi-day review. And so that's just a question about when that would need to be done. And then they would, in theory, pick an official launch date. But the more time that they have, the sooner that they can get back out to the pad, the more flexibility they're going to have, and the more margin they're going to have to deal with just issues like weather and anything else that might happen when they're back out at the pad. So, yeah, now we see. And so we can see, this is a nice shot just because you can see, even though it looks like either the image or the camera is shaking, but you can see the pad, you can see a lot of the pad 39B in the background. Lightning towers, liquid oxygen sphere on over here, and some of some of the infrastructure at the pad. There are some, I don't know if you call it, they aren't service structures, but there are some fixed structures of the pad. But this is the clean pad concept that they touted for Constellation. So let me take a quick. But I think maybe that's what I'll do is I'll plan on signing this stream off around that's about a little bit less than 90 minutes from now. So in the meantime, we can come back and take a look a little bit at the big picture. So this vehicle's rolling back. They're hoping to launch it in April. But then again, this is what I was talking about before I took the last break, which was the uncertainty actually jumps once you get beyond Artemis II about especially when, but also what's going to happen for Artemis III, and certainly when. And so this slide is already slightly out of date for Artemis II, but then all of these other questions, I think, are standing questions, and we don't have a lot. We have clues about some of these, which I've put in here a little bit, but then we don't have, we're in the dark mostly for this. So obviously Artemis II now is no earlier than April. Somebody asked about an Artemis III crew, but that they had no answer for that. And so they weren't willing to talk about their plans yet. I think when they're ready, if they're ready to talk about the plans for Artemis III, then you can maybe speak to some extent to the crew. I've asked about this the entire time that the channel has existed. So this goes back to the beginning of 2024. The last time I got an update on this or a response on this, the response was that they would like to name a crew anywhere between 18 to 24 months before the mission. But I think there's a certain amount of that's probably a generic desire. Again, it doesn't seem to make a lot of sense to it doesn't. I'm just gonna go ahead and kind of go back and forth between the live view and this. But in terms of the crew, it doesn't for the Artemis III crew, for a mission that is significantly more complicated than Artemis II. It doesn't make a whole lot of sense to name that crew and give that crew less time to train for that mission than you gave this crew to train for Artemis II. If anything, it seems opposite, counterintuitive to give Artemis II more time to train for that mission than the Artemis III crew to train for Artemis III. And so then we have the lunar lander and lunar surface spacesuit questions. I think all of them, we have questions about the schedule. And then we have additional questions, I think, for the lunar lander providers, just because it's not quite as intuitive exactly what remains in their schedule before they get to Artemis specific demonstrations. So the Starship propellant transfer demo, ship to ship propellant transfer demo, the last leaked information we got was leaked back in the mid to late October timeframe. But I don't know how, so that's already stale, but we don't know when that estimate was made itself. And so they were talking about a propellant transfer demo in no earlier than June, an uncrewed lunar landing demo no earlier than, I think, mid 2027. And then the crewed lunar landing demo, I think they were talking about September 2028. And if you want to, you can round that to fiscal year 2029, which begins on October 1st, 2028. But since then, the version 3, the first version 3 flight of Starship, it's hard. We do not have a hard date or a narrow time frame for that exactly. It could, in theory, be somewhat coincidental with the new Artemis II no earlier than date, which is early April. But the problem is that launch is not necessarily going to be that launch is not necessarily going to be any part of the propellant transfer demonstration, and so we don't know how many launches, how many flight tests of Starship they're planning between the next flight test, which will be the 12th of the program, and whatever flight test begins the propellant transfer demo, and that'll require at least 2 Starship launches to do that. So that question, June is, I'm not sure June's that realistic anymore. But the problem is we're not getting anything on that. We did get a recent update that Axiom Space had completed some type of internal review of their lunar surface spacesuits and the development, but the question is, when is the critical design review going to be completed? And that would culminate, the review could have a whole series of meetings, but the agency level critical design review would be the sort of culmination of the whole thing. And that would be the milestone that they would need to, that I'm trying to mark here with this question. And so we do not have a time frame for that. I think the last we'd heard was early 2026, and I think that's relatively stale now. We know that the suits had started doing uncrewed thermal vacuum testing in San Antonio. And again, we'd heard about this review that was completed recently, but we don't have any other context for that. So we don't know exactly what the current estimate is, like down to the quarter. Are we talking about Q2 2026, Q3, mid 2026, late 2026? We don't have anything. We don't have anything more specific than, I don't know. Did they say soon or something like that? They gave there. We do not have a definite time frame at that point. At this point, Blue Moon Mark 1. Again, that's the uncertainty there is kind of how the Mark 1 Pathfinder mission relates to whatever Artemis demos Blue Origin is going to fly for their HLS acceleration plan. So I think, again, that no earlier than Q1 estimate, I think, comes from Eric Berger, who seems to be a better source of information about Blue Origin's plans than Blue Origin, at least in public. But I don't know if that's, and that could be relatively stale itself. I think he said something along the lines of, in his most recent story, which again was revelatory because we aren't getting anything from Blue Origin about their concept of operations for their accelerated HLS concept. I think he said something along the lines of, spring, middle of this year for that flight. But then that doesn't really tell us, the story that he wrote told us that they're going to do an uncrewed lunar landing demo for their Artemis III concept before they do the crewed demo, which would be a part of the Artemis III mission itself. So same general idea as what Starship has already signed up to do, for sure. But we don't know what needs to happen. We at least have some idea about what needs to happen for Starship between now and the uncrewed lunar landing demo. They have to do this propellant transfer demonstration that would be followed by a critical design review for Starship HLS. And then we would see some number of launches and then some number of tanker launches in order to set up for that demo and then execute it. We have less information about what milestones there are in between this Mark 1 cargo lander flight and their uncrewed lunar landing. And Eric Berger's story for Ars Technica said that uncrewed demo would require three New Glenn launches. But again, there we're still missing a time frame for those. How much time do those three, in what time frame do those three launches have to occur? Do they have to occur within the span of a month, 2 months, 3 months, 2 weeks? We don't know. And so yeah, there's, again, these are questions maybe not for 2026 when they would hit these milestones, but I think a standing question throughout this year, just as it was last year and the year before that and so on, is what's the schedule look like? Because even the Starship schedule that we heard about that put June for this, that had June as their estimate for the ship-to-ship propellant transfer demo, that was leaked. That was not published by SpaceX. And same thing for Blue Origin. They aren't publishing any preliminary schedules or any estimates and then trying to, update those and keep, again, they're not obligated to keep the public informed. And they're not. So, and so then the final two questions for Artemis III are about those production. And probably I think what will need to happen after Artemis II flies is that there will be that question about maybe not preventing hydrogen leaks for the next SLS vehicle, but mitigating the risk of those, kind of like what we're talking about when the Artemis II vehicle rolls back out to the pad. So, but these last two questions are about timeframes for completing core stage 3 and completing the Artemis III Orion. And we have pictures of the Artemis III Orion service module from very recently, from a week ago, or at least what what passes as recently for now, because it's possible actually that the service module has been mated to the spacecraft adapter cone already in the last week. So for core stage 3, the big question there is not necessarily that it's critical path, but we just don't have any up-to-date information on the progress of the engine section integration for that. And we were waiting for some hydraulic system parts that they need to recertify production for those. The first 2 stage units were used shuttle hardware, so there is a limited amount of hardware that the stage uses. There's a couple of elements of there's more than a couple of elements, but the elements that they need for the Artemis II stage are hydraulic system elements. They're using the same kind of design for the hydraulic recirculation pumps and for the thrust vector control actuators themselves. And then there are other hydraulic system components like the modified auxiliary power units. I think I have but I know of that one, and then there's probably a few others. But that they're really centered around the hydraulic systems for the core stage that are more like the shuttle hydraulic systems. If you look at some of the other systems like the repressurization system, that's a new design. Obviously, all of the avionics are new. Communications are different. So really, the core stage, if you aside from the hydraulics, and then the engines, again, the RS-25 engines are not technically a part of the stage. They're installed in and work with the stage, but they're separate. Just like in shuttle, the space shuttle main engines were in a separate management project from the orbiter itself. So, but these are the questions. These were the questions at the beginning of this year, and they continue to be the questions. And so even if this Artemis II no earlier than date is stale now, and it should be no earlier than April, we're still waiting for that mission to fly. And then we have all of these questions about pretty much all the elements now. And I think one of the additions is going to be post Artemis II, where they see themselves in terms of this hydrogen leak issue, in terms of either mitigating it or finding root cause and correcting it. So, coming back to I can't tell if the picture looks a little bit more stable. So I don't know if they have stopped. And so in terms of, that's a good point, or somebody's bringing this up. So who can answer these questions? So these are the questions that NASA could answer. Because these are all NASA managed things. So, if you're talking about the crew, you're talking about astronaut office, mission operations. Those are separate divisions, but still the related. SLS core stage is obviously NASA design. NASA owns and operates SLS. Same thing with Orion, at least for the time being. Those are NASA managed, and NASA is accountable for those. SpaceX is accountable. Starship is a SpaceX product, so SpaceX is accountable for Starship. Axiom Space is accountable for the EMUs. And obviously, and then similarly, Blue Origin is accountable for Blue Moon and for the accelerator. And so for HLS, the providers are responsible for their acceleration approaches. And so that's the thing is, I don't know how much NASA can say. I think NASA is handcuffed about what they can say about Starship development and about, or Blue Moon development and Axiom EMU development. And so NASA posted an update about the Axiom EMU suits where they talked about that internal review and they mentioned the critical design review, but they did not mention a date. And so the obvious question was, when does NASA see the agency-led critical design review for that? And so I've asked that question now twice and have not gotten a response back. So again, to me, that unfortunately highlights there's a little bit of a sticky issue there in terms of who can say what about that. So, and so again, and we also saw again, the interim NASA administrator, the acting NASA administrator, Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy. You can see what happened when he revealed the HLS schedule back in October. He got some obvious negative feedback from that, and I don't know whether perhaps he spoke out of turn. I don't know that it's illegal for NASA to talk about schedules, but they obviously talk about being on the same team as the partners. Boeing is a contractor, SpaceX is a contractor, Lockheed Martin is a contractor, Blue Origin's a contractor, and so that it's a little bit of a sticky issue. But the problem is again, so it's up to, if we're talking about the Starship schedule, it's up to SpaceX. SpaceX has to speak to that if they're going to, because they are not obligated to say anything, and they don't. And you can say the same thing about Blue Origin for their lander systems, and then you could unfortunately say the same thing about Axiom Space. Basically, we're going to find out in hindsight when things happen. The only exception being Starship flight tests and possibly the and maybe just the launches and landings. It's, again, it's going to be very interesting to see what type of coverage we get for the Blue Origin Mark 1 Pathfinder when it flies. So we'll see the launch. And then the question is, will we get live coverage, for instance, of that lunar landing attempt? And so that, again, that remains to be seen. But that, I think, again, it's part of the issue though. But again, it also is, it to me signals a sense of it is a sign of confidence or lack thereof in the schedules, because you can certainly make the argument that the schedules are revelatory in terms of even the technology. You can make that argument. I think there's some validity to that. But we're not talking about, this is this odd combination of using industry for a nationalistic goal. Because I don't think landing on the moon, being the first, you have the three competitors to land on the moon. You have the Chinese Communist Party, you have Blue Origin, and you have SpaceX. There will be some value in whoever wins that race. But I don't know that it necessarily affects the market position of the U.S. commercial providers necessarily. So it might be ultimately that you could win that race. You can win the this race with China to land the next people on the moon, but that the ultimate winner in terms of the market and in terms of the commercial winner could be another provider or somebody else. Again, and this is this whole argument about flags and footprints versus long-term sustainability. So it's possible to have separate winners for that, and that it's possible that the winner of the long-term sustainability competition, if you will be a bigger winner. We will see, I think, and so that's, that we are in kind of a weird place now where Congress was the one that started talking and has been talking about this race with China for much longer than the White House has. So it even predates this administration to some extent. But because there's no plans to, we're not seeing a tremendous amount of money being added to the HLS budget. There is some increase in the budget, but if you compare it, for instance, to the amount of money that was added for Gateway or SLS, I believe it's less. And so ultimately, Congress and the nation are relying on industry and specifically these two companies to win the race, to win the lunar landing race, this second one. And the thing is, you can make an argument that we're not really, that we're not helping that much, that we're basically sort of standing on the sidelines. And you can also make the argument that there isn't much that we can do anyway. I'm not sure that that's really true, but that's another area that we don't really talk about that much in public, which is what do they need, if anything? How can we help? And if there are areas where we can help, what are we doing? If there are areas where we can help, we being the United States, are we doing that? And so that I don't think is being, the secrecy perhaps prevents that from being shared. But again, it's you have this, you still have this oddity of national goal and a disconnect between the goals and the means to achieve those goals. The Congress is relying on someone else's means to achieve that goal because they aren't willing to, and then you can argue that that government shouldn't be doing it and can't do it efficiently enough. But but then I guess the question is the response to that to not do anything at all? Now, again, the HLS budget went up from, I think, about $1.5 billion 2 years ago because there was a continuing resolution up until January to about $2 billion. But that's not very much for two providers and for something where the sense of urgency, at least from a rhetoric standpoint, went up a lot in 2025. And so, again, we have this situation where the rhetoric does not match the financial wherewithal does not match the rhetoric that we're seeing. The race seems like a much bigger deal than the amount of financial commitment that we're seeing from the government. But then we don't know. We can sort of see the effects of the research and development investment that we see SpaceX and Blue Origin through Elon Musk and Jeff Bezos. That we can see how much infrastructure that they are building, and we can see they have talked a little bit about their plans to upgrade their launch vehicles and demonstrate the technology that they need for their architectures. But we don't have that much to go on. And again, we don't really have, nobody has been particularly forthcoming or periodically providing updates about their progress and their outlook, in particular their outlook. So that's continues to be a huge amount of uncertainty in terms of Artemis. And then, you can say there's some level of uncertainty about even the government programs at this point. It's been very difficult to get updates, periodic updates about anything after Artemis II for a while now. And so you certainly can make the argument that, again, everything was on the chopping block this time last year. So there is some level of maybe we shouldn't, not wanting to talk about this in public in general. But it just leads, it keeps the questions in place, and it keeps the uncertainty in place. And so it's not difficult to come to the conclusion, even if it's just a guess, that China is quote unquote ahead, even if there's really no evidence from the Chinese programs. We do see some milestones, but again, when they haven't flown a crewed or a crewed crew-rated vehicle or crew-rated spacecraft to the moon yet. They have flown several very, pretty sophisticated uncrewed landers and have successfully landed them on the moon, to the degree where they've already returned samples from the moon with uncrewed spacecraft. Pardon me. But they haven't launched a spacecraft that's sized to take crew to the moon, to transport them to the moon, and then the spacecraft to land them on the moon yet. And so they only have 3+ years. If their goal is by 2030, and so this is the odd thing is, I don't know what 2030 represents. If you're talking about December 31st, 2030, what that represents versus the more obvious December 31st, 2029, that's the last day of this decade. And so does by 2030 mean December 31st, 2029 in the Chinese context? Whereas for us, it means the last possible day in which the year is 2028. So, but yeah, there's right now it's who's winning? The calendar is winning. The calendar is still ahead of the Chinese, and the calendar is in the absence of evidence or the confidence to talk about schedules, the calendar is ahead of Artemis. And so maybe this year, maybe we will get, and the schedule's not the only thing. And that's why this is a sort of a multiple dimensions of uncertainty, is because, not only is the schedule a big question mark, but so is the plans. So are the plans, from one program to another, from one provider to another. And then same thing for the plans and outlook. And in some cases, we don't know. So for instance, for the providers, we don't have like a manifest, a manifest for either New Glenn or Starship, how many launches are necessary between, for instance, the the Mark I Pathfinder launch, whenever that is, to the beginning of that series of 3 launches for the for their uncrewed lunar landing demo with this hybrid architecture. So And so, yeah, I think by 2027, I don't think anybody is, I don't think anybody is talking about that. Maybe the administration is. And again, I think there is certainly a philosophy of, I'm just, again, I'm just reporting on all of this. I'm not trying, the leadership has to deal with motivation, and so I'm obviously not, this is not motivating. I realize that, but that's not part of my, you know especially being in the dark about this. So in order to, at least in my opinion, in order to motivate the workforce, I would need to understand where and how, how you motivate if you don't understand the situation. We have a very low and limited understanding of the situation. But we aren't seeing anybody talk about 2027 lunar landings with crew. When Transportation Secretary Duffy talked about this in October, and again, I think the only place that he talked about the dates, besides a little bit of a hint in the social media posts at first, was in a podcast. I want to say I think it was the Sean Ryan show. And he talked about SpaceX being kind of end of 2028, and I don't know whether that includes their acceleration plans or not. And he talked about Blue Origin talking about maybe summer of 2028. And so those I assume to be, guesstimates. But again, it's very difficult to get a sense of how, what your schedules, sanity checking your schedules, and how credible the schedules are when all you have is the end goal date. And so there's not enough information. That's why a milestone schedule with with a detailed set of milestones provides some insight and ability to measure progress. So we can identify progress, or we can say, yes, that's progress, but we can't measure progress against a calendar without a lot more detail than we're getting. And so this is a really nice up close shot of the vehicle. It's obviously a lot closer to the camera than it's been for the last month and change. It does appear to have paused. So we're close enough to the trucks that you can see the treads on them. And it doesn't look like they're, it looks like they're currently okay. And so there goes the water truck. So let's see if we can see them begin motion again. I'm just trying to. Yep, they're moving. Okay. So this, it's a little bit in shadow, but you can see 3 of the launch vehicle stage adapter access doors here. Maybe more, but at least 3. So again, you've got this, wrong place. You've got this one over here that's in shadow, and then you have these 2 over here, and there are some more. I believe there are a few others on the opposite side of the vehicle. Yes, the start and stop, and they actually during the during one or more of the rollouts for Artemis 1, and they for Artemis 1 they planned to do at least 2, and then ended up doing, I believe, 4. I think that's right. The last rollback and rollout was because of a hurricane, but they had an extra one because of issues that they had with the wet dress rehearsal for that vehicle, and then but they did do start and stop tests because they were trying to characterize the loads on the different parts of the vehicle. So now the let me see if I can find. There are no hold down bolts for this vehicle. So the shuttle had bolts where the solid rocket booster aft skirts they sit on this mobile launcher base on what are called vehicle support posts. They do put I believe that they do put a bolt, a temporary bolt over those when they roll. But those are removed before launch. But what the mobile launcher has is it has a vehicle stabilizer, so it actually attaches to the forward skirt on the back side. So it's on the opposite side of this, although I think you can kind of see that. And as it swings around, we'll get a little bit of a view of the vehicle stabilizer. But that is basically, it's not a hold down, it's a hold, but it provides support for the vehicle for wind loads in particular. So again, the vehicle's on, even when the vehicle is parked on the pedestals at the pad, you still have wind and you still have other forces, but primarily wind. And so it would need that vehicle stabilizer for that. But it also supports the vehicle during these rolls. And so the problem is that I guess they were not able to either come up, the models were not able to envelop the loads with margin on the tail service mast umbilical. Or, again, I think some people are making the argument, and we don't have enough information, I don't think, to completely judge it, that the design is, that you would need to make some design changes. And if you did that, then you would have something that would support the rollout loads. But that's sort of TBD, to be determined, as to what they're going to, either corrective actions or whether they're going to look at the root cause or the corrective actions or both, what they're going to do. I think at this point, there's a sort of a general expectation that they're going to look at this workaround again when they get back out to the pad to disconnect just the one liquid hydrogen tail service mast umbilical and then reconnect it after they're back hard down on the pad pedestals, and then do some sort of a validation, again, either a partial core stage liquid hydrogen tanking test or or maybe something more elaborate, higher fidelity than that. But yeah, I don't know the physical. I wonder if I can find a picture of it. But basically, the points where the mobile launcher deck sits on the pedestals are obviously different than the ones that the mobile launcher picks up. And I don't know whether they are pins or but there are pictures of the crawler transporter, and I think it's just a question of I wonder if I have one of those handy or not. They did just recently, I think, refresh their, well, maybe not. They did refresh some of the fact sheets, but then I'm looking at the crawler transporter one and it has not been necessarily updated. So I'm going to see if I can find an aerial of it does help to look at the overhead. I mean, that I imagine Dave, if he were around, I don't know if he is, but Dave would know, Dave S would know the actual mechanical interface between the crawler and the mobile launcher, the platforms, or the mobile launcher in the case of SLS, mobile launcher platforms being the old shuttle platforms. Oh, it killed it. I don't, it always does this. I've got a Z order issue again. So, okay. So now we can see the fork between the, this is the crawlerway split between, pad B and pad A, and they're now panning, they're panning away from it. I was trying to do this, but again, I think I keep having to remember that it steals but I'm trying to find an overhead shot of the crawler. This is not the greatest, but I'm going to try and do this without. Find something quickly with that before it kills. It keeps killing the shot, the live shot, while I'm trying to find. These are old pictures. It just keeps doing that. There's a quick, maybe. It's kind of hard to. Yeah, see, I don't. Again, I think Dave. Okay, the Adam. But you can see in this case, I don't know if this is. Oh no, this is really old. So this might actually be. Oh no, this might be high bay 2. It looks like it just because of the OPFs, the old operator processing facility bay. But you can see the pedestals over here. I'm not gonna linger on this because the shot of the vehicle is. These are probably the best views of the vehicle that we're gonna get for today anyway. I'm going to go ahead and just go to some more of a full screen for this. And so they pull back a little bit. Again, you can see a little bit of this is where, and of course the crawler way out to pad 39A is just historical at this point, historical artifact. Because that complex is now fully, well, it's not fully owned and operated, but it is, SpaceX has leased it for the foreseeable future. And so they're not, it's unlikely that we're going to see crawlers going out to pad A again. So as the trying to think and trying to okay. It's easier to see with the full screen that the crawler is still in motion. But as the vehicle makes the turn here, we should get a decent view of the vehicle stabilizer, and it's attached up here to the top of the forward skirt, and that's one of those essentially T0 umbilicals. So that's released. Although I believe that the vehicle stabilizer is actually released slightly before the rest of the of either umbilicals or connections. And so I'm going to plan on again just for awareness. I'm going to plan on going until the top of the hour. So that would be 1 p.m. Pacific, which is my local time, and 4 p.m. Eastern. And then I'll just have to I'll play it by ear. But it may still be the case of we'll just have to see how things go for the rest of the week, in terms of what types of news we get, because there are still questions about just focusing on this vehicle and getting this mission underway. There are still some questions about the plan for the overall plan. I think more specifically now about what work they're going to do when they get back out to the pad. And so we'll have to find out what NASA. But I think there is the question for the question for the VAB is what broke on the ICPS, how long is it going to take to fix it, and how long are they planning on being in the VAB before they make this trip in reverse back out to the pad. It's a little bit of a shadow effect. So I'm not sure how easy it is going to be to see we should get some help though in terms of the vehicle stabilizer, and you'll get to see the other umbilicals here. And so this is this is the liquid hydrogen tail service mast is the one on the right, and the liquid oxygen is the one on the left. And so it's possible that one of the other interfaces actually sees more loading than the liquid hydrogen tail service mast umbilical, but it's perhaps the most sensitive connection on this particular vehicle. So it's about approximately 3:30 p.m. Eastern. They started the roll back around, if I recall correctly, it was around 9:30, maybe a little bit after 9:30 a.m. So around 6 hours into this. It'll be interesting to see how long it takes them to get inside the threshold. And when they get close to the threshold of high bay 3, then they will need to re-extend the crew access arm over here. They'll re-extend it. It does not have to actually be docked to the Orion completely, but they will probably extend it, just as they did during the terminal countdown demonstrations. So you can kind of see that, you can kind of see it a little bit here, because it's the vehicle stabilizer system is, it's right underneath the core stage forward skirt. But you can kind of see that the triangular shape is one of those arms from the vehicle stabilizer. And I think Tony's asking about what the other. I believe that this other fork here is for the Apollo mobile service structure park site. So that's the little exit for where they, if I believe. Dave can probably correct me, but I believe that extra fork is for that. I can go take a quick, like, some of these things you can bring up on Google. You can bring them up. You can bring it up on Google Maps. I'm rather than disturb this shot, I'm gonna just go ahead and leave it up. But I can take a quick look at the overhead, the overhead map / satellite shot. But there's basically a turn off. And I believe that's the origin of it, which is where it's where it allows the crawler. So if they parked the crawler at the Apollo MSS park site to wait for what it needed to do next, either to go pick up the mobile launcher after the Artemis II launch, or in this case to go pick it up and roll the whole vehicle back to the VAB. They could have parked it there. So yeah, that's what that fork is for. And perhaps as it gets farther, so it's now headed, is turning more or less west. But as the camera pans towards the VAB, you should be able to see the at least get a little bit of a view. The sun's probably going to be in the camera a little bit, but you'll get a little bit of a view of that area. And that's where the tour bus will stop if they're stopping there. And typically and so that's where the paved road is too. Pardon me. I'm just trying to see. It's a little bit in the shadow, but you can kind of see the vehicle stabilizer. You can see like there, it's got two attach points, hard attach points on the forward skirt. But that's basically what braces the vehicle. The weight of the vehicle is sitting on the vehicle support post. It's very heavy. The weight of the solid rocket, solid propellant is quite heavy. And so that force will keep the vehicle stabilized in that direction. But then you have, for lateral loads, you have the vehicle stabilizer. you can see some people, you can see some people walking on the ground here, and you can occasionally see some people walking on the mobile launcher deck. Again, to give you a little bit of a frame of reference and a scale for how big this thing is. And I mean, you could also just the water truck itself. But yeah, it's big. So I'll be hanging around here until the top of the hour, and you can see. I believe that these I'm not sure what they're made of, if they're just cement blocks but I was talking about crawlerway leveling and maintenance, and one of the things that they've been doing is they've been using the remaining shuttle mobile launch platform. There are three of them. Two of them have been scrapped, demolished, but they kept one of them, and I believe still even I think CT2 is still used to carry that out on the crawlerway, and I believe they use these some of these as ballast or for extra weight. But I think again they did not have one of the reasons that they had to demolish the two. Okay, so now we've finally switched. Well, so I guess we aren't going to see that, but not a horrible shot, but it is a long shot. But one of the reasons that they had to demolish one or both of the other mobile launcher platforms is they just had no place to park them. They were either using the previous places, including the park site, the Apollo Mobile Service Structure Park site, or there's two parking places in the on the north side of the VAB, so the west and east park site. The east park site is currently occupied by Mobile Launcher 2. The west park site is occupied, I believe, by the remaining shuttle MLP. Then you have up to you have now. I think you only have High Bay 3 and High Bay 1 are the only other parking locations that would be available at all. And so High Bay 2, High Bay 4, I believe you can no longer use that. There's infrastructure taken there, and then High Bay 2 probably was decommissioned as a part of converting it to a core stage integration center. So I'm gonna go off comms for a minute here and get a little bit of coffee. But I'll be right back. Thanks for the super chat. I appreciate it. Appreciate everybody hanging out here. As I said, I'm probably gonna go ahead and sign off at the top of the hour here. So what did that be? That week 1 p.m. Pacific, 4 p.m. Eastern, and then you can hear me over on one of the many NSF NASA Spaceflight live streams. I think they're incredibly busy as usual, covering things at multiple launch sites. I don't believe that the fuel choice. I think it's maybe not necessarily as obvious how that might affect them, but if you look at some of the rockets, more recent rockets, so the Delta, the Delta IV Heavy was structurally and perhaps was structurally integrated in a horizontal orientation, and they probably did some integrated test and checkout while it was in the integration facility, but then they did do quite a bit of that out at the pad. The Vulcan vehicle is integrated vertically, but I mean, I don't think the thing is that the fuels, the vehicles are fueled at the pad. So even you don't see vehicles fueled in their integration facilities. And so I think one of the one of the things that happens in terms of reusing this infrastructure, and it has its pros and cons, but if you think about, I believe that the vehicle assembly building and the launch pads here that we're looking at, so launch pad 39A, launch pad 39B, they were, I think, conservatively spaced apart. And so, you look at the Saturn V and how far away, how big it was and how far away the VAB is from that in the case of a worst case scenario. But then you look at Starship, which I believe is approaching or already has twice the liftoff thrust of a Saturn V, and how close a lot of that infrastructure is to those pads. I think the issue here in terms of the leaks, it isn't purely an issue of how far the crawler has to take the mobile launcher, but this is a long drive with a large load and a lot of connections. So it's again, if you compare this vehicle, all the umbilicals that are hooked up to it to Starship, and how, again, Starship has got, I think, it's got one umbilical complex per stage, I think. And so, they do roll those stages out to the pad too. But then they stack them at the pad. So it's just, the vehicle, the Starship, I think, again, it's terms of how these vehicles are optimized. This vehicle, SLS, was optimized to maximize payload performance to the moon in a single launch. Whereas I think Starship isn't necessarily optimized purely it's definitely not optimized purely for a single launch payload to low Earth orbit. And I'd say that it is optimized more for, again, rapid launch. And this vehicle does not, it's hard to make the argument that this vehicle is optimized for rapid launch. So, the in terms of it's just the see, even there, this is using boiling point. I believe that the Soviet Energia vehicle used some form of densified hydrogen. I mean, again, I'm thinking of the old, like I remember reading about this in Aviation Week when I was a teenager, and they were talking about quote unquote slush hydrogen. But you could the liquid hydrogen tank, because it's hydrogen and it's at boiling point, it takes up a lot of volume, so it runs. You can't see the forward dome, but I mean, it runs, this is the liquid hydrogen tank here for the core stage. And the liquid oxygen tank is much, it's the oxygen is obviously more dense, and, but you could also do what SpaceX and other companies are doing, but SpaceX has already done it for Falcon, which is to densify the fuel and the oxidizer for it. So, I don't know that, I mean, and again, if you're talking about like the structures, if you're talking about orthogrid versus isogrid, I don't know that, I mean, I think the loads on the tanks are different. So, but I mean, I'm not sure I can totally answer your question, unfortunately. Um, but I mean, I think it's, we see other, we see other providers that are able to handle hydrogen. I mean, again, I think one of the things is these quick disconnects are pretty large, compared to the fill and drain lines for other hydrogen stages. And this is, but I also think, again, you have like, again, the Ariane 6 core is a hydrogen core sustainer stage. So it's in a very general sense, it has the same type of application as this vehicle, SLS. And at least so far, they have not had sort of a chronic or a repeating issue with their umbilical disconnects. So, let's see. So Trevor asks, they did not do a wet dress rehearsal for every shuttle rollout. I think, I'm not sure. I mean, I think they probably were going to do a tanking test for this vehicle, and that was the original plan. I think that had been out there as a part of the plan even before Artemis I rolled out and before they had the issues that they had, because of the addition of the additional storage sphere out at pad 39B. But I don't know that it necessarily was going to be a part of every pad flow. I think it's more likely that just got added to the Artemis III pad flow because of the experience that they just had here. If they had not had a hydrogen leak, it's possible that they would not have gone into the Artemis III pad flow with one of those in mind. But then again, considering that there seems to be a higher risk of it, given the way that this vehicle is moved to the pad and the current design, that there was probably a decent risk that they would have run into that issue whenever they tanked the next vehicle for the first time, in the absence of any additional workarounds or any other mitigations for the issues that they're seeing. So, again, I think we'll just have to see is how high a priority is it to resolve this, at least in a predictable way, to have a repeatable process, so that you can tank this vehicle reliably, and have a lower, have a low risk that you're going to have a leak, because that's going to cost the launch opportunities that they have for Artemis III are going to be better in some ways and worse in others. So this is approximately the amount of time that they're going to have from 1 month to another. They may have, so maybe instead of 5 opportunities for Artemis II, maybe they have 8 or 9 in a particular month, but it's still not that many. And if you have a hydrogen leak, you're probably going to blow the window the next window, especially if you're right up against it. So I think, again, one of the other obvious differences between shuttle is even though they had their issues, for different technical issues across flight operations for the program across those decades. I mean, there were times when they were flying, they got up to, 8, 9, 10 flights a year, at different times in the program. And so, tanking tests were actually relatively rare especially in the 90s. And so it is one of those, historical questions as to why they had some of the issues that they had at the end of the program. I mean, that might in and of itself, just saying that, imply or suggest what some of the programs or some of the problems they have is because the program was ending and they were winding down some activities. But they did have they had a rash of issues towards the end of the shuttle program with hydrogen leaks, and so we saw more tanking tests because they were basically using those as a way of mitigating schedule risk. So you'd rather find out sooner than later that you have an issue. And so even with this vehicle, you would have rather found out that you have an issue that you're going to have to deal with before you bring everybody in and put the crew on board, because because you're going to have to spend some time dealing with it. So I'm trying to think of like one of the ones that I remember that they did that was not out of the blue, but just was one of the rare occasions for a tanking test was for STS-91, which was the first super lightweight external tank, which is the first one of those tanks that used the aluminum lithium alloy for some of the structure of that tank. It was a significantly lighter weight tank than the lightweight tank that was used for most of the 90s and 80s. And so because of that, they opted to do a tanking test just as an extra validation step for that launch. But they didn't have any issues in that tanking test, and then they didn't have any issues when they tanked that vehicle again for launch. And I mean, they really didn't. That was, I want to say 1998 or 90 or maybe 97. And then they didn't really see any the issues with the ground umbilical carrier plate were, I think, almost a decade later. So it's just an odd, those issues, they just dealt with them, and we'll see whether there's whether there is an interest in, is it going to be good enough to, is it going to be good enough? Is this workaround going to be good enough? Because I think there's a decent chance that they're going to try this workaround again. And if it works and they launch the vehicle, we will see again, because of the allergy to infrastructure and spending on infrastructure. No matter who would desire to have infrastructure perhaps within the programs and how much they would have liked to have had more infrastructure 10 years or 15 years ago. It's that, again, it's this sort of too little, too late thing. It's probably too late to go back and fix that now. That doesn't mean that there isn't something they can do, but it also doesn't mean that anybody who's allergic to infrastructure is going to suddenly become non-allergic to it. So, so that's Dave. So Dave's list there is of tanking tests. I don't know if that's wet dress rehearsals, because again, now we're talking severe shuttle trivia, but that's good enough, especially since I'm about to sign off. We can talk about, again, there is a difference between a tanking test and a wet dress rehearsal, but they're kinds of tanking tests, and so it is. That's good enough for now. Those are the missions that, and so you can see, so STS 35 and 38, that's the summer of the quote unquote summer of hydrogen leaks in 1990. And then I think STS 91 was like 98. And so that's, again, philosophically speaking, or severe trivia speaking, is a flight readiness firing a tanking test. So, and then you have STS 26 and STS 114 are sort of return to flight. You're making lots of, or a decent amount of changes to the orbiter, main propulsion system, and so maybe you do it for that reason. But then the final 1, 2, 3, 4, so 122, 127, 133, and 135. I don't know about 135. 133 or 122 and 127 were had to do with the GUP, I believe. And then 133 did as well, but then you could also talk about the stringers on the inner tank. And then I think 135 probably was also, you would attribute the reason for that to ET stringers, inner tank stringers, for that too as well. But again, severe shuttle trivia, I'm always here for it. But after 7 hours, I'm gonna go ahead and sign off here and take a little break, and then you'll probably see me or hear me perhaps only hear me over on the NSF NASA Spaceflight live stream here in a little bit. But I think it sounds like they're sort of playing it by ear. But again, thanks for the super chats. Thanks for the eyeballs and ears. And I'll plan on doing at least what I'm thinking right now, depending on how much news there is the rest of the week, is to do if I don't have time to put together a video this week for the weekend, then I will plan on coming back on Sunday and doing a shorter than 7 hour live stream to talk about the week's events a little bit, and what we're, again, kind of that same idea of what happened during the week, what are we looking forward to next, anything else that came up. And hopefully we'll have a little bit better idea about, again, plans for the VAB, outlook for the pad, getting this vehicle back out to the pad, and then again, maybe have a better idea about how good the chances are for them to be ready to launch this vehicle at the beginning of April. So I'll go ahead and sign off. Thanks again for your time. Hope to see you again. But either way, and again, thanks for hanging in there for 7 hours. And so I really appreciate your patronage, and I'll see you next time. Those of you who are willing to come back. Thank you very much.